for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404 612 8232.
They call it real. They call it real. Yeah, yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. It is 10:05 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And before we begin with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, have a moment of silence, please, for one of our employees, William Wilson, who tragically lost his life while in the employment of Fulton County. Thank you. Proceed.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we come to say thank you. We thank you for those who have gathered. We now pray your continued blessings to be upon our commissioners. It's in your name that we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Continue, please.
On page 2, consent agenda, 240580, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the second regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items on the consent agenda? Commissioners, anything? All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, second regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have an item that has been requested to be added to today's second regular meeting agenda, 240618, registration and elections. Request approval to amend the county's statewide contract agreement with Dove Staffing to provide temporary staffing services at no additional cost, to add 2 advanced voting locations, to add 20 temporary staffing positions, and the reallocation of funding.
All right, this one is an emergency. We had a request from the minister from Central United Methodist that in that zip code 30314, there was not an early voting precinct. I took that to the Board of Registration and Elections. They considered it and decided to add that as an early vote location, as well as the government center. And the cost of that will be borne, really will be no increase. It will be managed within the budget that's already approved, but it is an emergency. Training is in process, so we need to approve that today. So take a supermajority of 5 votes to add it to the agenda. So I would respectfully ask that we add it. Yes. You have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman, seconded. Yeah, this is for just this one. Just this single. Right. And seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails.
All right.
Okay.
You have another one?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 24-0610, please.
To hold it?
Yeah, oh, just pull it, I'll put it back on.
Yeah, what page?
It is page 9. 24-0610.
You're going to remove this one?
I mean, hold is fine, either way.
Well, it's a little difference.
Well, it's going to be changed, so let's just pull it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's removed, all right?
Okay, we will remove it, so noted.
All right? Yes, ma'am.
Point of order, I may be incorrect, but I don't know if the supermajority is who is seated here. Because if we're going by who is seated here, it would have passed. Because Commissioner Thorne is not seated here. So I just need clarification on that. Maybe you can actually weigh in on that, County Attorney.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The supermajority is always going to be 5. It's going to be the supermajority of the full body.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Okay,
So there are no changes, right?
yes, I have one change, 240587, adoption of the second regular meeting agenda. Commissioner Barrett has requested to move up item 240598 on page 7.
To
Fine.
move- Which
Zero-
item?
0598. Finance, request approval of the 2025 premium rates for the medical, pharmacy, dental, and vision plans.
So,
To move it up to be heard after item 240593, the operational report on page 5.
so there are 6 items related to health insurance. What are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking for the one that is 598 to be moved up, because that is the one that relates to the rates, and several of the others that are listed after it are contracts that are based on those rates, so it just made sense, I think, to take the rates first, have that discussion, and then agree to the contracts. That was the only logic there, and I think also that one, 598, has a presentation attached from or from finance about the rate changes, and it would make sense to take that presentation first.
Okay. Any objections? All right, none.
Okay, and the vote is,
Then we will approve the regular meeting agenda as amended. We have a motion to adopt as amended by Commissioner Natalie Hall. It is seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
and the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240588, ratification of minutes, first regular meeting post-agenda minutes, September 4th, second regular meeting minutes, August 21st, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240589, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett and Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Joining me on this one? Join us, everyone. It is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and this is something that is sort of near and dear to my heart. I'm a breast cancer survivor myself, and met many women, unfortunately, along the way who, through my treatment, who were getting treatment for ovarian cancer. And once you sort of become part of the cancer family, it really stays with you. So I will read the proclamation, which says, whereas ovarian cancer is the 5th leading cause of cancer-related death for women in the United States, and whereas a woman's lifetime risk of being diagnosed with ovarian cancer is about 1 in 78, And whereas the American Cancer Society estimates approximately 20,000 cases of ovarian cancer will be newly diagnosed in 2024, and approximately 13,000 people will die from the disease nationwide. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for ovarian cancer is only 50%, with earlier diagnoses leading to better outcomes. And whereas early detection is not possible, as symptoms of ovarian cancer are often vague or absent, and there are no effective early diagnostic tools. And whereas the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance is the world's leading organization dedicated to curing ovarian cancer and improving treatment by advancing science, promoting preventative measures, and advocating for, educating, and supporting anyone affected by the disease. And whereas the Georgia Ovarian Cancer Alliance focuses their efforts on raising awareness and educating women of all ages in Georgia, their families, and the healthcare community about the risks, symptoms, and treatments of ovarian cancer. And whereas Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month is recognized globally every September as a time to raise awareness around ovarian cancer risk factors, prevention, and the importance of genetic testing. And whereas Fulton County is committed to improving health outcomes for all citizens, now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners stands with the Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance and the Georgia Ovarian Cancer Alliance in their efforts to raise awareness, and does hereby proclaim September 2024 as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. And Denise, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett, and thank you to all the commissioners. Melissa Malone got the proclamation here in Fulton County and other counties. She is unable to be here, and she had asked me, and I want to share this. My name is Melissa Malone, and I regretfully cannot be in attendance today. I was diagnosed with stage 1C3 ovarian cancer last year at age 38. 2 days after my 39th birthday, I had surgery, followed by 6 months of chemo. Last week, I found out my ovarian cancer has returned and spread to at least one lymph node in and around my lung and heart in less than 8 months after my last chemo treatment. And she wanted to especially thank you, Commissioner Barrett. And please know, if you walk out of here, one thing, the Pap smear does not detect ovarian cancer. And the Georgia Ovarian Cancer Alliance Teal Trot is this Saturday at Chastain. You can go on their website to get information. But thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Pianos for Peace Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall and Arrington.
Yeah. Hey, Malik. How you doing? So good to see you. Yes.
Come behind the Commissioner Hall, please.
Don't stand behind me. Stand you in the front. You're big honored.
Surround her. I just want to make sure all you all in the picture.
Come on up. Come on up. I'm just going to pull this out. It is an honor to present this proclamation to Pianos for Peace. They do so much around the world, nationally and internationally, as it relates to their charity, their public charity. And I am sorry to see that my colleague, Commissioner Arrington, is not present, but he is also a co-sponsor on this, and it is full board. And it reads, whereas Pianos for Peace is a nonprofit organization founded by composer and pianist Malek Jandali in 2015 as a 501c3 public charity with a mission is to build peace through music, art, and education. And whereas the annual Pianos for Peace Festival takes place in Fulton County over a 3-week period where painted pianos are placed in public spaces that include parks and MARTA train stations for everyone to play. After the festival, the pianos are donated to various schools, community centers, hospitals, nursing homes, and other organizations. And whereas Pianos for Peace volunteer artists and musicians contribute to outreach programs that reach various under-resourced communities throughout Fulton County and surrounding areas, serving seniors, veterans, and children in need through the Healing Arts Program. And whereas Pianos for Peace offers free public concerts and events at community centers, public libraries, and senior centers throughout Fulton County and Metro Atlanta, which creates employment opportunities to local artists and musicians and allows them to share their talents by performing, designing, and painting colorful pianos. And whereas for the past 9 years, Pianos for Peace has painted, placed, and donated nearly 500 pianos, employed hundreds of artists and musicians, and has impacted millions yearly by the kind gesture of showcasing pianos throughout Atlanta and Fulton County. This promotes Fulton County as a premier location of the arts, music, and peace. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Pianos for Peace for extending the gift of music and art for all citizens who live, work, and play in Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 18th, 2024 as Pianos for Peace Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much, Malik.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Natalie Hall and all the commissioners. We are deeply grateful for this recognition and this award. It's always better to be together in a symphony for peace. And there's no other place than Fulton County and Metro Atlanta to initiate such a symphony for peace. And also, we couldn't have done it without your support, without my board of directors, without all the partners and collaborators. And I have one board member, Charmaine Minningfield, and I have an ambassador for peace, our local amazing artist, Reginald Laurent, who will take the podium and extend their appreciation and thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Purple Heart Foundation Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioners Arrington and Hall.
All right, truly an honor to do this today, to honor these great veterans. Obviously, we thank you for your service, and I'm certainly delighted that you could join us here today. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas the Purple Heart is the military's oldest award and was created by General George Washington in 1782 as a badge of military merit to recognize heroic acts by his troops. And whereas since 1957, the Purple Heart Service Foundation has seen it as its patriotic duty to be a beacon of hope and support for those who have given so much of themselves in service to their country. Whereas the goal of designing Purple Heart entities is to bring more awareness of the Purple Heart Medal and to gain benefits for veterans in return for designations. And whereas the program began as the Purple Heart Trail Program to have roads, highways, and bridges designated with distinctive signage, requests for designations have swelled to include high schools, colleges, universities, cities, states, counties, and a variety of businesses. And whereas this procedure will standardize requests and approvals and ensure maximum benefit for the veterans and/or the Purple Heart Medal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the valiant sacrifices of our brave men and women in uniform and acknowledges the designation of Fulton County as a Purple Heart County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 18th, 2024, as Purple Heart Foundation Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give them a big round of applause. And thank you certainly to Representative Schofield for bringing this to me and to us here in Fulton County. Thank you for your service as well. I have something for you too. Oh, well, thank you, please, if you.
The Military Order of the Purple Heart Special Recognition Award is bestowed with pride on this day, September 18th, 2024, to Fulton County for your dedication and support honoring America's combat wounded veterans by becoming a Purple Heart County. Signed September 18th, 2024, by Lou Zayas, Military Order of the Purple Heart, Department of Georgia Senior Vice Commander. On behalf of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, the department, I wish to thank you all for your support, and I wish to thank everybody who is involved in getting this done. We really appreciate it, and welcome to the family.
And you all will be glad to know that we have donated over $3 million in the last 3 years for veteran services here in Fulton County. So again, we thank you for your service, and we're glad to be able to honor you all in your service today.
And on behalf of the state of Georgia, we would like to say thank you to the chair and the full Board of Commissioners for the support, and just an honor for this prestigious designation that when we come into Fulton County, veterans and their family will forever be respected and know and be thankful for their service and their duty. And thank you to Representative Rhonda Burnell for doing this in other counties. So thank you. This is an amazing day in this county. Thank you.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, public hearings, 240590, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers in Assembly Hall. We have received 8 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? J. Wesley Day, Prophet Curtis Martin Hairston, Secret D. White, Lenny Black, and L.A. Pink.
All right, when you have 15 seconds remaining in your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 minutes, and that's your clue to begin to conclude your remarks. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning. Once again, my name is J. Wesley Day, and I am here to ask that you hold Keith Gamage responsible for his unfairness, for being not smart with justice, and not providing restorative justice. I made a request under the Open Records using the Freedom of Information Act, asking the Solicitor General office, how many people have you charged with a fray, which is what he charged me with in 2018 after I was beaten into a coma. Keith Gamage declined to provide me with that one question. For those that don't know what a fray is, it's similar to a disorderly conduct. My next open records request was asking the Solicitor General's office how many people that you have charged with a fray that you've escalated to a felony, as he did with me. Mr. Gamage declined to answer those questions. So I challenge you, the Fulton Board of Commissioners, to ask Keith Gamage to answer those 2 questions for you, because it clearly will show you prosecutorial misconduct. The packet that I provided with you today are examples on page 3 of the biases that Keith Gamage have used against me. There's been 3 or 4 instances where assailants have attacked me on Atlanta streets. I'm the non-aggressor.
15 seconds.
Keith Gamage never added charges to them. Keith Gamage never upgraded charges to them. So the 2 times that I've been charged with Keith Gamage, I left my home with no intention to do harm to no one. Anybody need a packet? I have an extra packet if you want to hear my story.
Amen. Y'all ready? For one, praise the Lord to everybody. I just want everybody to know, if anybody needs to come to me for prayer, I'm open to pray for anyone. But business at hand. Like we said before, people are dying in our Fulton County jail. We need a new sheriff. We've been said that. I said that when the first guy got killed in the Fulton County jails, I said we need a new sheriff then. Now, 13 people have died since then, and we still trying to make it look good. Okay, you got homeless people dying on our streets. 19 people died, froze to death on the streets of Fulton County, freezing to death. We just celebrate the veterans, but I'm talking to homeless veterans right now. I know I can take you to 5 homeless veterans right now, but y'all might not know that because y'all don't talk to the people. Now, I'm saying this, that we need shelters and shelters to be ran right. people are coming and being corrupt because the city is corrupt. If you get the corruption out, then corrupt things stop happening. Okay, by an example of that is an off-duty black police officer kills a black man in College Park, which is Fulton County. So when does black men start killing black men? Now, black cops are killing black boys, not just white cops. So if we come down here and tie this place up, then we're wrong. While our homeless people are dying on the streets, black people are dying on our streets. And at the same time, cops are taking out vengeance on young black boys. Not white cops, black cops. What's your other cop?
15 seconds.
Your cop that killed Johnny Hodman, and your cop that killed Rashard Brooks.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reverend Siegfried White, founder and CEO of Concerned Dads, Inc. Please, Commissioner, I'm asking you all a question. Chairman Pitts, you often state that it is the public fault that we allow the jails and allowing things to happen at the jail. You often have said, Mr. Pitts, that you're tired of throwing money to the jail. What can we do as voters? What can we do what is your suggestion? As you know, Sheriff Labatt has to go. I mean, in my opinion. Mismanagement. People dying at the jail. I spoke recently, Mr. Rambo. It's in the back, I'm praying. I believe in miracles. So my question is, what can you always say to the voters? Talking about the mismanagement of the jail, and we see that people are dying. Nobody should go to jail and die because, Mr. Ayrton, they're in there because of child support. No one should just die. There are a lot of preventative death. I understand about preventative death. You know, you have a diabetes attack, a heart attack, you die. But to die because no one is walking the cell, looking at, checking on the inmates. And if someone is calling for help, you ignore, you turn your back. What is it with you in jail, and you're calling for help and someone turned their back?
15 seconds.
So we need to do something about this situation that's happening in the jail. And also, Mr. Leonard Black, and there's been a lot of people who have got shot in Mechanicsville. And as it relates to the shooting. Why no one has been arrested? Why no one has been? Is it because they look like me?
Just get my phone.
My name is Lenny Black. My granddaughter was one of the shooting victims in Mechanicsville. And no one, city council, mayors, no one has reached out to none of the victims' families. And if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Hall, that's your area. Why haven't we heard from you? You, of all people, have not stepped forward, said nothing. Do you not care about those people? Are we cockroaches to you? Where you at? What are you gonna do? Is everybody here just gonna sit there and look crazy and not do anything? We're the ones that helped you get in the office. When are you gonna help us? We're reaching out. We need help. But what can you do? And what will you do? And when will you do it? I'm challenging you, everybody here, to come forward and help. When will somebody step up? This is tragic. And it's not just my granddaughter, it's 9 other families. They talk about 5, but it's 10 total. 10. And no one is stepping forward. When are you going to come forth? When?
15 seconds.
Everybody's sitting there looking at me like I'm crazy. But I see no one trying to help.
So like you said, it's 10. Commissioner Hall, Chasing Balls have not done anything for these families. But of course, when I was here the last time and I called for Mo Ivory to step forward, and she came on out. Not that she came because of my voice. She was coming anyways because that is her new area. But there's 10. Tabitha, she's in the hospital now with her daughter that have been shot in the face, in the head. Brittany was shot in the leg. No one has reached out and said nothing, not even the mayor. But you guys are visiting the jail, Dana Dane. I don't know what your intent was to go to the jail. I don't understand how you're able to go to the jail and visit inside the jail, get a walkthrough, but they have blocked it for our grand jury to be off in there to see exactly what can you do that the grand jury can't do. That's what I want to know, possibly. But ask and beg for more money, you know? And then Michael Sterling, I don't understand how they can sit up under oath and lie and say that someone can forge his signature on a legal documentation and nothing be done about it. So we're forging legal documentations down here. So I want whoever the notary is, whoever his paralegal is, and if he works for this county, I'm coming after it because they said up under oath that they lied and signed Sheriff LaButte's signature on a legal documentation and nothing has been done about it. So we're forging signatures down here at Fulton County now? Right. This is to the
15 seconds.
Whoever your attorneys are. We're forging signatures. That's what we're doing here, huh? That's why we after the corruption. It's coming down.
Last 3 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Sheila Hamilton, Robbie Gaban, and Charles Rambo.
Greetings, commissioners. I am again coming before you with a concern that I brought to your attention August of 2024. And it's about missing items from the evidence room at 4701 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, City of South Fulton. Having gone to this address to get items held since 2020 with a case being heard May 2024, and Fonnie Willis's office finally heard it. Personal items that were confiscated from the property has never been found. I was asked for a list because I have power of attorney to produce the items that were taken from the house. I spoke to a Lieutenant Wood, and he couldn't find the items. He claimed that he had just gotten there and he was trying to clean up the office. He promised me a call on July 29th when I made that visit. I have not gotten a call, not anything, a response from that office. I am very concerned because while I was there on that Monday, July 29th, a mother with her daughter who had been arrested that weekend came to get her daughter's purse, and they couldn't find that daughter's purse, and they started looking for the arresting officer. So my question is, are these items being stolen by the police, when they are taken from the property? Are they being stolen and doing transport? Or what's really going on? Are they just that incompetent that they can't keep up with items when they take them out of a person's home?
15 seconds.
I'd like to get a response from this board. You've got Ms. Joe over there as your attorney. You've got Mr. Arrington as an attorney, and I've contacted an attorney, and I want some answers. Thank you.
You have the floor.
I'm here because I sent an email to you, multiple emails, and many whistleblowers have come forward about the animal services contract, county vendors Lifeline Animal Project. None of you have responded. Multiple whistleblowers, employees, volunteers have come forward with documentation year after year, citing the lack of adherence to our taxpayer-funded contract, which is $9 million a year. It's known that Lifeline, the county provider, gives kickbacks. None of you have investigated. You haven't even responded. And in the last week, my animal, a sentient being of 16 years, an elder cat, was taken from my property and euthanized without my consent. She belonged to me. That happened because Lifeline Animal Project, your county vendor that you refuse to investigate and correct, mismanages, fires whistleblowers, hires people who are unqualified, and you continue to allow it to continue despite taxpayer funding for that contract, despite people coming forward with evidence telling you of what's happening in our county shelter and our streets, and this impacts lower income communities more than most. My cat came to me and frozen in a box, and I had to bury her in my backyard. That cat belonged to me. She was family. And I'm going to show you exactly what happens when you allow a county vendor that I fund via taxpayers to take family from me without my consent. There are property rights here, and I stand with all these people regarding public safety and your lack of accountability. What are y'all doing? Look at the jail. Look at the public safety. Look at the housing. What's going right in Fulton County? And this isn't just about an animal. This is about a breach of contract, Fulton County taxpayers, public safety. We have rabies bites. We have more cases coming. What are you doing? Public health. Where are the tax dollars going? You will be hearing from my attorney, all of you, due to your failure to act.
Good morning to the Board of Commissioners. My name is Charles Rambo. I am here this morning to support and object to this third-party security firm that you have concurrently taken part in bringing to the Fulton County Jail. Number one, you all approved that particular funding, and I suggest that you pay the security contractor so that you can get him the hell up out of Fulton County Sheriff's Office. And here's the reason why. I'm saying it in a very adamant form and fashion. As a former union president, I had to make sure that we had sound people there at the Fulton County Jail as a senior instructor, making sure that we had qualified constitutional officers, not third-party security companies working in the jail. That would be equivalent to putting a a student council here up on the board when you all are absent. That would be equivalent to sending a third-party security company to work for these particular guys and not their place. The next thing is that at the end of the day, this is illegal and manifestly against the law. You have to have people who are certified by Georgia Post by law. Come on, County Attorney, let's do some research and find that people have to be certified as basic jailers within inside of 6 months of being hired. So whether the sheriff is listening to this or not, this has nothing to do with a campaign speech or debate. This has everything to do with the trend of violence that we're seeing there at the jail. So whoever is visiting grand juries, commissioners, or what have you, the time for action is now, because I promise you, having served as an expert witness here recently, helping an inmate get a $250,000 lawsuit settled, I promise you, the
15 seconds.
liability is going to fall upon you for allowing this type of negligence of hiring, this type of negligence of assignment for coming into our sheriff's office. Thank you very much, and please act on it very seriously, the same way you did the last session when you brought this up at the end of the commission meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 5 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Didn't really have any intention of speaking this morning, but as I've heard now multiple examples from others, guess what? We have more examples of waste and abuse in our county. And many of you voted to raise our taxes recently, thinking that that was going to help keep services in place. So now we're going to outsource, just like we do in our elections department. We're going to outsource things for our security. We're going to outsource things for animal services, which also have a margin built into it, right? Which we pay for. And if lawsuits are going to be coming down the pipe, guess what? I love what Mr. Rambo said, but you all aren't going to be on the hook, because if it's financial impact, it's us, the taxpayers, that are on the hook. We're getting really sick and tired of this behavior. And now we're seeing Chairman Pitts, the chair of the Board of Elections. It doesn't seem like they're holding their department accountable. Doesn't seem like there's a planning process in place. We're seeing motions for last minute changes. Where's the data and the supporting evidence? I guess there doesn't need to be one when you build in a $40 million budget, right? Again, on the back of the taxpayers, okay? I don't think many of us are going to forget when we go to the polls this November. We're sick and tired of it, and we're not going away. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis. Okay, the next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate and Public Policy Analyst. The Commission on Elder Affairs will hold its September meeting in hybrid format. The live portion of the meeting is to be held at the Helene S. Mills Senior Multipurpose Facility, 515 John Wesley Dobbs Avenue in Atlanta. For the link to the virtual portion of the meeting and for other information related to senior citizens, one may call the Senior Citizen Star Line at 404-613-6000. During Section 5 of the Commission on Elder Affairs agenda, labeled Senior Services Updates, we may be privy to information about the staffing changes that prompted a senior citizen to come to the county seat 2 weeks ago to complain about a staffing change that has apparently negatively impacted senior programming. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Rachel Frawley. Rachel Frawley. Okay, the next person to speak is Teresa Newsom. Teresa Newsom. And with that said, that concludes the Zoom public comments.
No further speakers. All right, continue. Vice Chair, why do you seek recognition?
Chairman, I want to move for reconsideration and a vote in zip code 30314. I don't know if we understand the gravity of this situation. There is no early voting precinct in that district. And I think out of an abundance of fairness, I would move for a reconsideration for a vote on taking that up. It is not going to cost the taxpaying citizens additional money. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall. I just want to make sure that we know the gravity of that, that voting precinct being in place.
All right. Just a minute.
So I would move for reconsideration vote.
And I seconded.
All right. Motion to reconsider, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Thorne?
I had to step out. Is this just the one, what precinct is it?
It's the one in 30314. I believe it was at Central, Commissioner Hall. Central United Methodist.
And the government center.
And the government center. And the actual pastor did bring it to my attention, as well as other individuals, that there is actually no early voting precinct. And so my understanding, it will not be an additional cost. But the situation is that you do have seniors, you do have individuals over there that are disabled, and you do have what I call sometime our less of these, the individuals that people have a tendency to overlook because they don't have certain zeros behind their name. And so I ask, and I'm really short of begging, that we do what's right and just put this additional precinct in place to no additional cost to the taxpayer citizens.
Well, just one correction, it will be an additional cost, but it's covered in the approved budget.
Exactly.
Okay.
The cost is already there. It's not an additional cost that we have to vote on today.
Commissioner Thorne?
Exactly.
So are we adding it as an agenda item
Yes.
now? So
Yes.
like, we're not really discussing it
No,
right now.
it's
And
added.
like you said, it is an additional cost, about $200,000
Correct.
to the taxpayer citizens.
Correct.
Wait a minute, let me correct that.
That's what they
Just
said
a-
at their
just a
meeting, the
minute,
Board of
just a-
Registration Elections meeting.
Commissioners, please. What's before us now is whether to add this, or actually to reconsider right now. If it passes, then we can discuss the merits.
But I just wanted to make sure that it's a real reallocation
Yes.
of a cost. It's not an
That's correct.
additional. That's why I
correct.
just wanted to make
That's
that
correct.
clear.
That's correct.
It is a cost, but it's being
Vice Chair,
reallocated.
We got it, okay. Commissioner Hall.
So,
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whatever the cost, it should be added. The pastor, Vance P. Ross, who retired before this current pastor came on board, made me aware of the fact that that entire area was missed, and that is why he contacted the chair, the new pastor that is. So whatever the cost, it needs to be added. 30314, 30318, those are always the area codes that, the zip codes that are overlooked. And so this is a pleasant surprise to see this added.
Commissioner Arrington?
So we're basically, this is a motion to reconsider
The agenda.
adding this to the agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Ellis? I'm sorry, yeah, Commissioner Ellis.
Why wasn't, I'm sorry, maybe you went over this earlier, but why wasn't it properly put on the agenda since their meeting was on Thursday? Why was this not submitted on time by Friday?
I can't answer that, Mr. Manager. Can you respond to that?
We did not get an agenda item, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Because if it was added properly, maybe there would be time for people to public comment and speak, knowing that it was on the agenda. By avoiding properly adding it to the agenda, that kind of leaves the public out of being able to comment.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'm just sort of at a loss in terms of we supplied a significant amount of funding. We've known we had a major election coming up. Why all this sort of work plan has not been done and laid out, and why we're even discussing anything related to early voting locations this late. I don't even have a chance to really even look at this and understand it. They don't even understand if there's no additional cost involved, why it's even coming before us. Why isn't that in the scope of their management plan and decisional authority? I don't like us getting engaged in the operational components of running elections. And that's my view, and I've stated that from day one since I've been on this board. So the notion that we're somehow interjecting in, advocating for or advocating against a particular early voting location, I just don't think that's our role. I mean, we fund them well. They should be able to have this work plan put in place. I don't even understand, and I guess we'll come back and we'll discuss it more in terms of why it's even necessary to come before us when this supposedly has no additional cost to it. So I'm confused by what's going on here and why this suddenly just finds its way to us at the last minute. Anyway.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
For the listening public, I just want to be crystal clear of why I am being adamant about this. I'm being adamant about it because it was brought to my attention. It was brought to my attention by the pastor. It was brought to my attention by seniors. It was brought to my attention by the disabled. It was brought to my attention by single-headed households. It was brought to my attention that it may cause a hardship that they don't have it. Now, with all due respect, maybe elections could have done a better job in making sure that that early voting precinct was put out there first. I don't disagree with that, but I adamantly say it came as an emergency. It was the emergency add-on. And I don't want to get into the politics of disenfranchising anyone because they have a problem with our elections. And so what I'm going to say openly is, yes, we need to do a better job, because I raised my hand and I'm one of the commissioners here. So we all got to take responsibility when the ball has been dropped somewhere. Now, does that mean we remain silent? No. Is there a need? Yes. Has the need been asked for? Yes. Is it adamant from my office and my perspective? I'm asking that we reconsider, and I'm asking for a favorable vote because somebody is disabled, because they're a senior, and because they don't have multiple zeros behind their name. We should be able to advocate for them just like we advocate for corporations and other folks too. So I'm asking here again, not pointing the finger, I'll take the blame because I was voted in as far as everybody else was too. But we need to make sure that we have that early voting precinct for seniors, for disabled, and people who can't get to other ones. And so that's why I'm asking, and that's why I consider this emergency. And it was put for Commissioner Thorne. Unfortunately, you weren't in here, but it was put for as an emergency. And that's why I'm asking for reconsideration.
Commissioner Ellis, now the motion on the floor is to whether or not to...
Yeah, and we'll discuss this further.
Yeah.
But again, our role is not to pick the early voting locations as a body. This is the role of the elections group. And we've funded them, and they should have presented this to us. And I'm not going to take any blame for it because I vocalized the need for accountability from this board, this elections board, in terms of we've funded you to the highest degree than anywhere else in the state. We do early voting more than anybody else in the state. And this plan should have been laid out and clear and done well ahead of time. And then if you're telling me there was a meeting on Thursday where there was an adjustment to it, that should have been accelerated into us and on the agenda. It just creates this, there's just so much unnecessary noise that occurs on this subject because we've got a group that apparently can't get their act together on stuff. And that's the frustrating thing of me. I'll vote for this to have the discussion to move it forward one way or the other, but it's just a repeat pattern that needs to end. There's an expectation that we should have had this thing well-oiled, running, and we should not be having these types of last-minute adjustments to stuff ever. I mean, this should be done with. So move on. So, I mean, what are we going to do if there's another group that comes forward? We missed this group. Did we miss something else? I mean, I would assume that we had just sort of fully evaluated what the early voting needs are and would have had that plan addressed. It would have been well vetted. All the members of the BR would have had a chance to weigh on it, and it would have been voted and approved some time ago.
All right, Commissioner, let's dispose of the motion as before us. If it passes, and we'll have ample.
Well, I just want to.
Just a minute, and we'll have ample opportunity to talk about it forever and a day. Go ahead, if you want to.
I mean, I'm open to putting it on the agenda for discussion, but I just want to know, are we going to be provided any data? Do we have anything cost, the amount of staffing? Because my understanding is that they're having to come to us because they have to reallocate more to staffing. Do we have any information? Are we going to be provided anything? Or are we just going to vote blindly? Do we have any of the GIS modeling that's showing? Because I have disadvantaged seniors on my side of 400 that don't have a precinct near them. I have people that are disadvantaged all over the county, in Roswell. There are people and we can't serve everybody, but we need to serve everybody effectively and efficiently given the resources we have. So do we have any data? Are we just adding this on as an agenda item add-on with no supporting documentation?
We don't have any data.
You don't have any data. So we're going to have a discussion item. We're not going to be prepared as commissioners because we're getting it added on last minute on Friday. And we're just going to pull the heartstrings of the people and, oh, if you don't vote for this, you don't care about seniors, which I fully care for everybody in this county, and I want our money to be spent effectively and wisely. So if we're adding this agenda item, I expect to have some data presented to all of us so that we can make an informed decision.
All right, let's vote, please. And appreciate your favorable vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right. And the agenda has been amended. You want to take it? Let's take it up now while we're on this topic. Everybody's ready to speak. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Would you, go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Thorne.
I thought we would wait, put it at the end like we normally do, and then hopefully somebody can come down and speak to it, give us some data. Or is it that, you know, when I watched at the election board's meeting that
So just
they
let me
didn't
try,
even know
just
the
a minute. Let me try to save us. You want to wait until the end?
Yes,
Because
so we could have the
okay,
data and
that's
look it
fine,
over.
'cause I'm going to speak to it at the end. We'll hold it till the end, but I will provide the data that's required.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There was no vote by this board to hold it to the end.
That's correct. All right, is there a motion to take it up now or wait until the end?
Motion to take it up now. Second.
All right. Let's dispose of that motion.
Okay.
Hey, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just could I add a point of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to note that we've had a lot of people that are well prepared for their agenda items and so forth, and outside speakers are here before us, but we're going to make them wait for somebody else that wasn't prepared. And it's the reverse of way it should be done. That's all.
All right, let's compromise here. We do have two outside presentations, MARTA and the Fulton County DeKalb Authority. Can we take it up after those two presentations, Commissioner? Is that okay? Rather than wait until the end?
I think we have a motion, and that's already been seconded on the floor, Mr. Chair. While that might be okay with me, I think that a vote of 4 commissioners is required.
All right, motion on the floor is to deal with this issue right now as opposed to
It's not correct on the screen.
what's not current on the screen.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Khadijah and seconded by me. Thank you for correcting that.
You got it, Madam Clerk?
It's corrected.
Okay. All right, everybody understand what we're voting on, whether to take it up now or later? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, let's take it up now.
20
Sounded.
240618, registration and elections. Request approval to amend the county's statewide contract agreement with Dover Staffing to provide temporary staffing services at no additional cost to add 2 advanced voting locations, to add 20 temporary staffing positions, and the reallocation of funding.
Well, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Vice Chair, followed by Commissioner Thorne, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you for the favorable vote, and the people that can speak to it now are right in front of us. So thank you for being here. And please explain to our fellow commissioners as well as the listening audience as to, one, why this was deemed an emergency situation, and 2, what is the need for it, and explain the reason for the reallocation of it. Thank you.
Good morning. To provide clarity, the locations, we're not asking for a location approval. We're asking for a modification to the temp contract. The funds are in the contract, just need to be reallocated to fund the location. The locations are Flipper Temple and Government Center. Flipper Temple was already approved by our board to be a voting site for 2 days. Changing out the funding will allow us to leave it open for 3 weeks. Usually we do, so we had representation in 30314. We're just asking to extend the time that's there. Usually private locations do not allow us to stay for 3 weeks, but this church did extend the availability. So we're asking to go ahead and open that up for 3 weeks. And that's why we need the temp contract modified. We're not asking for approval for the location. Those are already allocated.
Thank you. I may have misspoke, but I wanted you to clear that up, that it was not an additional cost. It was a modification. Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
So why wasn't this properly put on our agenda on Friday morning and coming to us just now?
It was proposed to us.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This item was just properly put on the agenda by this board.
Initially not put on our agenda so that people would know that it's on our agenda. Obviously, you guys knew it would be added and you're down here. So why wasn't it? You had your meeting on Thursday. It gave you plenty of time to put it on Friday. What's the reason?
It is an add-on, which we properly submitted. The deadline for the regular agenda items, I believe that had already passed by the time our board met, if I'm not mistaken. The deadline to add things to the BOC agenda.
Our deadline's Friday morning at 10, and you add things all the time.
Not for department heads.
departments?
It's Tuesday. Isn't it Tuesday? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So do you have documentation or information for us to evaluate?
Submitted it in the Legistar. It was sent of what the reallocation in the temp contract would be. So all of that was submitted.
But for us to make a decision here today, whether it's a proper allocation or not.
I believe it was submitted to the BOC. It's in the, thank you, sir.
So how many voting locations do we have now?
We have a total of 35 that are open for 3 weeks. It would be open, if we add these 2, it would be 37. That would be 37 open for the 3 weeks. We also have 4 senior center outreach locations that we are allocating for this election. Those are 4 there, and there's also 3 college locations as well. So I think it's a total of 42 by the time we add up, if this gets approved today, to modify the contract.
So do we have approximately 740,000 people, active voters on our voter list?
Yes, we have over 700,000 active voters.
740,000. So just running some numbers here. With 35 locations, that means that serves 21,143 people, roughly. With 37 locations, it goes down and we serve 20,000 people per location. On a quick check with our neighboring county, Gwinnett, they have 12 early voting locations. They serve, each early voting location serves roughly 47,459 people. Cobb County, they have 12 early voting locations, and that serves 40,833 people. So we're wanting to serve double. We cut down, I mean, I kind of feel like this is why our cost is a runaway cost. That's sure you're allocating money, reallocating. I have no problem with reallocating if there is a severe need, if we really have a shortage. We have a very large county. There's people that complain that they have to go far from where I live, up in my areas, on the east side of 400. I appreciate you. We had the longest wait times in 2022. People actually came to the government center to vote because there was no wait time down here. But a lot of people won't drive downtown, and I think you initially didn't do the government center again because of parking was an issue, and that it was one of your precincts that was lower attendance. Is that correct?
So we are anticipating high voter turnout for this election. I believe, I can't speak for other counties. I know that there was a long wait time in all of the counties because we looked at their wait time boards. We're trying to avoid that. Fulton County, of course, is a bigger county by square miles than other counties, so we try to evenly distribute them. And that's why we get to the point of having 30-plus sites to make sure that every corner of the county is well represented.
Yeah, so if I have a bunch of seniors that come down and say, okay, we don't have one in my zip code, because we don't have an early voting location in neighboring zip codes to me, then we'll just add an early voting precinct. Is that how it works?
Well, we added a senior center in North Fulton. At the Benson Senior Center, there is an outreach at that location. If we see a need, regardless of what side of the county it is on, we will address that. So if you have seniors that want to reach out to our office, we will look into, if we have to possibly access the site, we will ask our board to do so, if possible.
Yeah, I just, do you have the facts and figures for the cost of, this is just for staffing, right? This is just for staffing the facility. Is there additional cost besides staffing relative to a precinct?
No, we forwarded that information to the board to get this modification approved, and it's the staff. That's where the cost lies, with staffing.
Okay. Well, I just, for me, I haven't had really too much time to really evaluate everything here and read over it. In the future, I hope that you will bring this forward to us in a timely manner. It'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve this amendment to the contract. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Continue.
Continuing on page 5, presentations to the board, 240591, MARTA quarterly update.
Mr. Greenwood, come on down.
Thank you. Is the clicker here? Okay, I'll just say it. Good morning, Chairman Pitts and board members, commissioners. Thank you for having MARTA here with you. I'm Collie Greeno, General Manager and CEO of MARTA, and monitoring online. We also have board members Stacy Blakely, Frida Hardage, and Al Pond. Pleased to be joined by Jennifer LaRosa, who's seated in the audience, and we're just happy to come through here with our Q3 briefing.
Where are your board members?
They're online.
Oh, okay.
Online. Pictured here is the newest edition of our Civil Rights bus rollout, and it's our Civil Rights Heroes Special Bus Wrap Collection. This one commemorates Congressman John Lewis. The buses in this photo is located behind a number of our board members, Ms. Sagira Jones, Chair Katie Powers, and Jim Durrett, and folks from the John Lewis Foundation, Senator Sonia Halpern, our new AGM in the back there, which is of Executive Affairs, Mr. Stephen Parker, myself, and Commissioner Hall. So I just wanted to put that up front. I'll talk more about this event later in the presentation. Next slide, please. And this is our typical agenda. Next slide, beginning with operations updates. Next slide, where we start with our ridership. This is our MARTA monthly ridership by mode since July 2019. Good news here, we can start by recognizing that streetcar and mobility are back to pre-pandemic levels. I can also account for the fact that bus is at its highest point now since the pandemic took hold in May of 2020. And subway is still, working towards a year-over-year improvement, but still sits between 50 and 60% at times of the pre-pandemic levels. We're hoping for a more aggressive slope as time goes on. It has been consistent year over year, but there are some solid indicators that we're experiencing during off-peaks, during weekends, and during special events. There's a real surge in ridership, and MARTA has been pleased to see that and to handle it very, very well. Next slide, please. The 5-year bus amenity program is helpful in this regard, and we've come to a close. 5 years ago, we said it would take 5 years. We'd install 1,000 amenities, and 250 of those would be in Fulton, and we have done just that. Fulton County has 1,470 bus stops in total, so that we've installed 250 amenities at the most highly used bus stops means that bus customers, 77% of bus customers that are waiting for a vehicle are now being served by an amenity. So we're very, very pleased with that. Next slide is a picture of what that means. Probably the last time I'll get to share this with you, but it's the difference between having nothing and having a managed space with information, protection from the elements, and a place to sit. Next slide, please. Safe Routes to Transit is a natural complement to the bus amenities program. So shelters alone can't improve the experience completely of our passengers. So MARTA's rolling out our Safe Routes to Transit program at our high ridership stops. Thanks to a lot of help and support from our congressional delegation, we're delivering pedestrian safety improvements at these high ridership locations. We'll be actively collaborating with GDOT and the Fulton County cities to deliver this project. And you can see on the slide what that means in terms of crosswalks, curb extensions, medians and refuge islands, rapid flash and pedestrian beacons. Again, making the journey about caring about people that are traveling before they get on the bus and after they get off the bus, making sure that those routes are conducive. Next slide, please. Also on the bus side, bus network redesign is moving along very, very well. The draft network has now been finalized. We've conducted extensive analyses. The technical analysis has also been completed, and the final report was completed. The final draft was completed just in August. So a couple of points in terms of what we're looking forward to here. But first, let me say that we're about to engage in external engagement, which will refine the draft network based on feedback that we receive from stakeholders and the public. But what we're really excited about bringing to them are these two chevrons on the slide that talk about the fact that there's a 245% increase in the amount of residents that will be served by frequent service, which is 15 minutes or better, and also an 18% increase in the amount of residents that can get to a job within an hour. So those are just two speaking points on several that this network has been able to achieve with the existing resources of our bus network. We've just made it more efficient, made it more useful to more people, and in so doing, we intend to increase the ridership substantially. Next slide, please. Capital program is next. So next slide, we'll start with the airport station rehab. We didn't get a chance to summarize with you after we had done this. So we completed the 6-week closure of airport station to conduct rehabilitation work from April 8th to May 19th. We completed the demolition and the reconstruction of the platform. We put the terrazzo flooring in. We replaced the tactile warning strips on the platform edges, replaced joint sealants, repainted the walls. We rehabilitated one of the escalators, and we've started construction of one of the new elevators as well. All of this inside of the 6 weeks. We're finalizing the design and construction details for the new canopy that will be placed, and it'll match the two existing canopies at the airport over North and South Terminal roadways. This September 24th, we're going to have a mosaic tile viewing in the main concourse as you come down the escalator at MARTA. So it'll be just behind, in the center photograph there, behind the gray wall, there's going to be a reveal with a mosaic that will be reviewed on the 24th of September. I will point out that during the closure, MARTA did provide a shuttle service to the airport 22 hours a day from the airport to College Park Station, and we served about 320,000 riders over the 42-day period. And we're pleased with the progress. Today, the center photograph tells you what the station looks like, a lot more similar to the actual airport itself. And on the lower right, you can also see what the subway platform level is looking like, a lot better. Next slide, please. College Park is also undergoing some rehabilitation work, so we finished the parking lot work just recently. That included landscaping at the concrete islands, light pole improvements, bases and curbs, asphalt binder and top layer placement, and parking striping of parking spaces. This is more than aesthetics. We also included improvement of the ADA elements at this station. We previously had 6 ADA parking spaces. We've added 3 more for a total of 9. We've also added a new ADA ramp and new sidewalk on Main Street. Next slide, please. A few pictures of College Park before and after. So you can see on the right, the larger, more maintenance-friendly paving stones. Gone are the experiences where these aggregate tiles are popping up and creating tripping hazards and aesthetically displeasing. You'll also see new lighting, benches, and new fencing, and if we were to zoom, you would see more signage improvements on the station canopy itself. Next slide, please. 5 Points is also being worked on. Floor, you can see there some of the things that have been done. We're replacing the platform pavers. We're putting in new lighting and ceiling framing as well. So this is part of a $50 million investment in 5 Points at the train level and mezzanine level. And we anticipate that will be ready very, very soon, long before World Cup. So there's been some conversation about will the upstairs of 5 Points be ready before World Cup? We can say that's not the case, but the majority of people traveling through 5 Points are now going to see this improved this $50 million investment, and which will be a marked improvement over what we were seeing yesterday in 5 Points. One more slide change, please. Another element of 5 Points is the Eisman facade, and you can see the clear difference that the effort has been, the restoration experts have made. The scaffolding is down, and we're now looking at the finished product, restoring it to its former grandeur. And you can also see down there some of the new flooring and tiling also being placed in the station, and even the effect of the upgraded lighting. So again, lots of work being done at 5 Points. Next slide, please. Some progress on Cleveland Metropolitan. We're in the final design here. The expected construction is to start in Q1 of 2025, that's next year, with construction duration of about 15 months for the ART portion of the project. We're currently in a collaborative posture with the ATL DOT in an innovative delivery effort to put more requirements into the bid so that we generate more interest and therefore more bidders, and expecting a better competitive process for doing that. So we'll be bringing several ATL DOT projects into the bid for Cleveland, and we expect that to have very positive results. Next slide. The I-285 Express Lane Transit Study is moving along well. We're continuing to work alongside GDOT on this Express Lanes program. Our team attended the GDOT open houses to receive feedback from local residents, and as well as a number of other local events along the corridor to hear public opinion on the matter. We'll begin a more robust external outreach later in Q4 with cost and timing analyses. Special thanks here to Mr. Bob Ellis for his contributions and partnership in this endeavor. Next slide, please. More work being done. The Automated Transit Network pilot is moving. We're working with the ATL Airport CIDs to test a new transit mode in Metro Atlanta. It's a form of a personal rapid transit through an automated transit network, otherwise known as ATN. These ATN systems consist of small, automated vehicles operating on demand between set stops. We're supporting a pilot project at the Georgia International Convention Center to build a short segment to better understand the capabilities and operations of this new mode. So MARTA is contributing up to $10 million of funding, while the private sector contractor is bringing their own funding to the table to complete the project. The Atlanta Personal Rapid Transit Solutions is the group that's been selected as the preferred vendor, and chief in that group is the leading technology provider, Glideways. So once they're under contract, design is expected to occur throughout 2025. Next slide, please. This is the automated transit network feasibility study, not to be confused with the pilot itself or the demonstration project. This really is a larger look at what can be done with this mode should the pilot prove successful. So we're very interested as a transit agency to see if the pilot is going to be successful, and if it is, then we're very interested then in investigating the feasibility of several corridors in the airport area in Fulton County and in Clayton County. So watch this space, but we expect this feasibility study to start later this fall and last for about a year. And then we'll plan an update to the feasibility study following the conclusion of the demonstration project for lessons learned. Next slide, please. Speaking of partially funded projects, the next slide is the Georgia 400 Bus Rapid Transit. This, for those that may not recall, is about a 13-mile corridor one-way through north after our North Springs stations. And we've applied for the mega grant in partnership with GDOT for this project. So we're expecting good results. On September 3rd, the True North CID Board adopted their station area planning study, truly showing that there's local support for this project, for this effort. It's a great national example, really, of MARTA working hand in hand with GDOT, working together to build something that works for everyone. It's not just a road project, it's access for everyone, whether you're using a car or using transit. The success of the transit portion better improves the success of the core project because we'll have fewer vehicles on the roadway so that your managed lane metrics will be met because there'll be fewer cars in the corridor. So again, we're anxiously awaiting a grant award announcement that's due to come in October, and we're expecting good results on that. Next slide, please. Some unfunded projects. Next slide. We'll start with the South Fulton Parkway Transit Initiative. Not funded, but still very much something that we're working on. We're continuing to advance 2 initiatives in the South Fulton area. That includes preliminary planning for high-capacity transit along South Fulton Parkway and along Roosevelt Highway. Both of these projects were envisioned in the 2018-2019 Fulton Transit Master Plan. So along the South Fulton Parkway, we looked at several different modes. You can see that listed on the screen in Tier 1. That included bus modes and rail modes. We also looked at different lengths, including going into the Douglas County line after receiving stakeholder feedback. The results of the analysis recommended advancing ART and BRT alternatives along South Fulton Parkway to State Route 92. Right now, we're finalizing the results of the Tier 2 screen, which will recommend a mode and solidify the route. And as a part of our upcoming engagement is to gather feedback on those results. So engagement is also resuming this fall 2024, with some focus groups, briefings with elected officials, and pop-up events for the public. Next slide, please. The Roosevelt Highway ART, preliminary planning for the transit along Roosevelt Parkway continues as well. That was also identified in the Fulton Transit Master Plan. The most recent update was 2019, till the master plan shifted the mode from BRT to ART. So the project's technical advisory committee convened a Roosevelt Highway tour, corridor tour on Friday, June 21st. Presently, we are finalizing the route. East Point Station is the northern terminus, and we're looking at finalizing the southern terminus. Engagement for this project is being done in conjunction with the South Fulton Parkway Transit Initiative as the corridors are contiguous. Next slide, please. In other MARTA news, next slide. Just last week, we were proud to reveal the John Lewis bus wrap. I spoke of that on the opening slide. This is really to celebrate Atlanta's essential role in the civil rights movement and to highlight the intersection of transportation and equity. We've been rolling out specially designed wrap buses over the year. You may remember that we did one for Dr. King and Coretta Scott King. We also did one for Juanita Jones Abernathy. And then on Thursday, September 12th, we just unveiled this one for Congressman John Lewis. The event was held in conjunction with a voter registration drive at our College Park MARTA station. The county agencies engaged with over 122 people who either registered to vote or checked their status and asked questions of the attendants. Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for joining us and making remarks at that event. And finally, next slide, please. Just wanted to bring to your attention, I'm very proud of the agency. MARTA was recognized by the American Public Transit Association just recently as being the top agency in North America. And so this was based on a lot of assessments of what we're doing, what our plans are, the progress we've made, and the passion we've demonstrated for our customers, and voted on by a panel of peers across the country. So it means a lot of things, but what I've noticed more than anything is that it's energized the MARTA employees to actually double down and do more. So I'm as proud as I am of this, I'm really proud of what's to come. So I wanted to thank APTA and thank the folks at MARTA for making us the top agency in the country.
Mr. Greenwood, repeat that last statement slowly.
I'm really proud of the folks at MARTA.
No. What happened? You were recognized.
MARTA was recognized by the American Public Transit Association as the top agency in North America.
The top agency in North America?
Yes, sir.
Not the United States?
Right.
North America?
Yes.
In spite of all the criticism?
Yes, that's true.
Just for the record?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, you done?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
so
you.
Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Thorne, followed by Commissioner Natalie Hall. That's a major achievement.
Thank you.
Yes, first and foremost, congratulations. That is, as Chairman Pitt said, a great achievement and testament to the good work and, frankly, the leadership. Congratulations again on that.
Thank you.
All of that looks good. I think I got a little confused on the 5 points thing. I think you said maybe the top level won't be ready by 2026, but the main area will be ready?
Correct. Yeah, everything, if you're on a train, everything you see will be done.
Okay. The only other thing I want to say is if y'all can do BRT and mega grants in North Fulton, we want BRT and mega grants in South Fulton.
Well, that is a continued discussion that we're having right from the beginning, so we're not losing sight of South Fulton.
Thank you, and my office did get an update, so thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
And hopefully we can circle back and just go through. Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you on your award. I didn't know that. That's very impressive, and glad you're here in Fulton County and the other counties, surrounding counties. Is there anything in particular, you have these two projects that are kind of outstanding. Do we need to kind of advocate for those in this next legislative season, or is that more federal type funding, or both?
Yeah, when it comes to funding, MARTA is always in a position to apply for federal funding, provided we have local funds to match. So, whenever an official in the local county offers to assist, we're all in for that. We'll contact you through the MARTA office and talk more about, what you may be able to do to advocate for local funds.
Okay, and is there any other projects besides these two that you can think of? Are there any smaller ones, or?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Natalie Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say congratulations, but I also want to say thank you because you have done a lot in a very short period of time, and you came in during a very difficult time following the loss of the previous CEO. And so I want to thank you because there's a lot of work that you've done not only in my old district, but within the new district, and we see a lot of that in this presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Other comments? All right, thank you, Mr. Green. We'll see you next quarter.
Thank you, everyone.
Madam Clerk.
240592, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, quarterly update.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts, distinguished commissioners. My name is Javon Gibson, and I'm the CEO of the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, and I'm here to give you an update. I'm also joined by Pastor Eric Thomas, who is the Secretary of our Board of Trustees, my VP of Community Health Systems, who is Ms. Christine Wiggins, and our Finance Manager, Ms. Beverly Register. Next slide, please. I'd like to level set, beginning by reminding you of our mission, which is through collaboration with Grady Health System, we want to improve strategies. We want to create innovative strategies, and we want to improve health outcomes in Fulton and DeKalb. Our vision is really to be a resource for creative solutions that support the delivery of quality and innovative healthcare, preventive services, to ensure health equity and for the residents of Fulton and DeKalb. Now, next slide, please. This term health equity is used frequently, and I want to sort of add some value by giving some clarification on how we define health equity. It is the fair and just opportunity for individuals to obtain their full health potential, regardless of their social economic status. And for us, this really means the absence of disparities in health outcomes so that no group is disproportionately impacted. This means a level of intentionality, focus, data-driven resource allocation to ensure that the work that we do is properly assigned. Next slide, please. Again, really quickly, I want to remind you of our organizational pillars and our core values. You will notice that much of the work, all of the work that we do directly aligns with our organizational pillars, and everything we do is threaded with our core values of stewardship, transparency, accountability, and professionalism. Next slide, please. These are our current strategic priorities, and I say current because one of the things that we do is we employ a continuous quality improvement plan. We are now about to finish year 2 of our strategic plan. And so a part of that plan is taking a look at the metrics, making a determination as to what is working and what is not working, and ensuring that whatever resources we have, whatever resources that are supporting agencies, particularly Grady and many of our partners across sectors, it's reaching the areas that it needs to reach, and it is impacting the populations that need to be impacted. So our focus in our current strategic plan is access to care, social determinants of health, which are the contributing factors that inform health outcomes, things like employment, housing, access to food, food insecurity, et cetera. And then mental health, which seems to be a recurring theme in many of the needs assessments that we see. In preparation for our strategic planning process, we looked at needs assessments for DeKalb, we looked at needs assessments for Fulton, and we looked at a host of individual agency needs assessments to make sure that there was alignment. But most specifically, we aligned our efforts with that of Grady. Next slide. When I come, I like to talk about the outcomes. This work falls under VP Christine's area of community innovation projects, and I'm very proud of the work that has been done to date. 11,941 individuals in Fulton DeKalb have been served through our efforts. Of that population, 1,505 individuals were directly connected to medical services, with a 63% completion rate. I want to characterize that by saying we made the referrals, we then worked through our partners and different agencies to follow up to make sure that they were connected. So the referral is, here's an opportunity for services, the linkages, here's the hand-holding and the pass-off. 63,387 individuals were referred for social determinants of health services. These are housing, food, et cetera. Of that group, 1,721 were linked to housing resources. Quickly pause then and say, in this current environment, we know what the housing challenges are in and around Atlanta and beyond. We recognize that affordable housing continues to be a challenge for many individuals. And housing as a precursor or an indication of one's overall health is huge. And so this particular opportunity is extremely important to us and vital to the citizens. Of that group, 77% of them were actually linked to housing resources. Not referred, but linked. Now, in the first 2 quarters, we had a 96% linkage rate. We are currently trying to use our CQI process and talk to our partners to figure out why it is that the linkages have dropped down to 77%. Is it an absence of resources? Are there fewer houses available? And the like. We're just not sure. Next slide, please. When I came last, I mentioned to you that we had started a community health worker program I distinctly remember Commissioner Thorne mentioning it would be great if we could expand that to youth. I took that into consideration, and we've adapted the model a little bit that may respond to that for you. Our community health workers have individually impacted 866 residents. Of those 866 residents, 2,494 referrals were made for health or social services. So 866 individuals getting multiple referrals and then multiple connection, multiple linkages. Of the 1,048 individuals were referred for received direct health education services. This is more consistent with some of the work that you may have seen in the past where we talk to individuals in community, elderly folks, about things like cardiovascular health, smoking cessation, blood pressure readings, and the like. I want to briefly just mention with our CHW program, we have sort of changed that model slightly to community health advocates. Our team is a small internal team. But the thought process is if we can replicate this model in community, with youth, with other individuals in community, stakeholders that actually reside in the neighborhoods, if we can provide them the same level of training that our CHWs have and then support them throughout the process, then we can be, we can better serve. The premise is very simple. One can chase 1,000, two can chase 10,000. So it's a replication model. Next slide, please. Now, I mentioned that one of the things that we were trying to do was to strengthen the overall healthcare workforce. And we do that through, we developed a whole recruitment strategy for EMS services, recognizing that there was a shortage in terms of EMS workers. And we're very proud of this. We developed a video, we developed a marketing strategy. I actually shared with Chairman Pitts early on in the nascent stages of the development that we would target schools and universities and individuals who typically would not enter this field of work. We are proud in this particular recent quarter, we have 7 graduates from Grady's EMS program. Since the inception of this program, which has only been 2 quarters, we now have 12 graduates. So I'm extremely proud of that. I wanted to quickly move through. I did not include all of the work that's happening with Grady in partnership because I intend to give a more data-driven report the next time I come here, but I kind of did want to allude to a couple of things. First, I wanted to thank Chairman Pitts, Commissioner Thorne, Commissioner Barrett, and specific County Manager Dick Anderson for coming out yesterday to the opening of the 1,000 White Street clinic, Grady Clinic. It was phenomenal. Oh, and I actually, Dr. Rochelle sat next to me. That's bad. I'm sorry. We talked the whole time. Okay. Dr. Rochelle was with me and sat next to me and gave some amazing opening remarks. For you, for those of you who know me and have a conversation with me, you realize I'm very, very passionate about this work. And there are times like you that you acknowledge that this is extremely difficult, right? You know, you have more challenges than you do opportunities, it feels like, and there's more need than you have resources. With that being said, there are times when there is a little bit of a light. And that Grady Clinic that opened up is what I would characterize as a light. Myself and everyone that participated, I think, were extremely impressed with this clinic down on White Street. It will, I just want to read quickly the services: primary care, rotating specialties, pharmacy, labs, mammo, x-rays, mammography, x-rays, and all a state-of-the-art facility placed near the Beltline, placed in the West Side. I think I was extremely encouraged. I was extremely encouraged by that. I also want to make you aware that the renovation is taking place in Cascade. The Grady office in Cascade renovation is underway. It is on track. And they will be adding and expanding its capacity to make sure that, again, our health system is responsive to the needs of the constituents. Lastly, I want to make you aware of a couple of additional investments we made in Grady. We heard earlier a sad story about community violence. We recognize that violence continues to be an issue in many cities around the country, and of course, Fulton County is definitely vulnerable in that area. One of the things that we invested in with Grady is their Interrupting Violence project. It's Interrupting Violence for Youth and Young Adults. It's called IVY. This particular program is actually a clinically effective program and a cost-effective program. It takes people, young adults and young people, and I think it goes up to like in the 30s, who have experienced gun violence, who present at the Grady ER and it dispatches what they call violence interrupters. These are people from the community to help de-escalate the situation. They also provide counseling and therapy and trauma-responsive care to the individuals who have experienced gun violence. They support the families, and it has been my experience in talking to these people that they're extremely passionate folks. They're extremely caring. One situation in particular that comes to mind is, you've all seen the Grady posters, "I wouldn't be here without Grady." Well, one of the violence interrupters was actually an individual who was shot and was saved by the doctor who now runs this program, and he is now a violence interrupter. So we saw an opportunity to make an investment to support, yet again, support Grady and what we characterize as programming beyond the walls. There is one more program or initiative I wanted to make you aware of, and that is the Flowing with Blessings. You may have seen it on the news. This agency is providing showers as well as laundry service to unhoused individuals on Grady campus. And the beautiful part about this is it started out early. I remember the first day Flowing with Blessings presented, and I watched it, and I've watched it grow incrementally over time. And the premise is a very simple one. We just want to make sure that everyone is treated with decency and have an opportunity to be clean. Embedded in that is the opportunity to provide testing, screening, and other services. So what we're trying to do is watch this incrementally sort of expand and then overlaid with additional services. That's all I have, Chairman. Any questions for me?
Yes, several questions.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Thorne, followed by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I agree with you. The new clinic on White Street is amazing and definitely a ray of light. The services, walking through there, I was reminded of all the appointments I have yet to make for myself this year. But seeing mammography there, I'm so glad some of that's being brought closer into the community. So that was looks fantastic. The mural is gorgeous. It's wonderful.
Yes.
So props to everybody who had a hand in that. But I do have a question just about some of the programs you were talking about. I was noticing in some of the pictures and the graphics here that you have kind of the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority as a brand and with very small print, sort of owner of Grady healthcare system. And I'm just wondering, it feels to me like that is a little bit confusing for citizens potentially, in that they are familiar and comfortable with the Grady brand and maybe don't really know the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority brand. And I'm not sure that they need to. So I'm just kind of wondering what the logic behind that is.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I inherited the FDHA logo and branding. Past trustees branded it that way. I think they thought it was important to make sure that there was a distinct separation, recognizing that we are conjoined twins, but Grady in and of itself is a healthcare system, and the FDHA is an authority that is charged with monitoring, working closely with Grady, and ensuring that they have proper assets and resources.
Well, that part I understand, but I guess what I'm saying is there are, literal programs where people are getting their blood pressure taken and getting health training with that logo. So I understand the distinction for sure, and the necessity for that from a business standpoint. But it looks like they're blending a little bit, I guess. So my personal opinion, and this is just my opinion, that maybe we want to be careful of that, because I do think the Grady brand name is very trusted, and I wouldn't want to see that diminished at all. Or you guys maybe get less people coming to something because they don't understand that it's Grady.
Understood. Commissioner Barrett, can I ask a question? So what would be your recommendation so I can be clear and I want to
No, I just think, that those services should sort of be a Grady, offered by Grady, not necessarily offered by Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, if that makes sense.
And that's, I'm glad you said that, because some of them are offered by Grady and some of them are offered through community partners that we fund. Aid Atlanta, Jerusalem House, and any number of different organizations that we fund.
I do not have the answers to that question.
But thank you
without
for
further
raising the
study. I just have that concern that we don't take away from those brands either, by the way. So
thank you.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Yes, that Grady Clinic on Lee and White is so impressive, and such a beautiful day yesterday down there. And They have this beautiful mural painted on the outside. It just welcomes you to want to come in, and the facility is top-notch down to floor, lighting, finishing touches, great everything. It looks beautiful, and it's right next to your Monday night brewery.
Drinking brewery.
What brewery is it?
We drink on Monday nights.
Oh, you drink on Monday nights? Okay, okay. So it's right next door to the Beltline. It's just a really impressive location. I'm so happy for the people of South Fulton that are going to have that in their neighborhood. And I love the community health worker initiative. Thank you for trying to incorporate youth into that. Just keep that going. Love it. Love if I could somehow be a part of it somewhere. I'm a big advocate for youth and making sure that they start out on a trajectory of being healthy. You mentioned the blessings. I didn't come up.
Yeah, flowing with blessings.
Flowing with blessings. Yes. Okay. And they have showers and laundry services. I follow Georgia Tech on Instagram, and I noticed that their students were going around. They developed a mobile laundry unit for homeless in the area. I haven't had time, because I literally just saw it last week, to follow up on what they're doing, but that might be a great partnership to get our local students involved in that care. I sent it to my appointee on the Continuum of Care board.
Yes.
Trying to get them to maybe work together, maybe to help him. He mentioned his church was looking at doing a laundry facility as well, but it'd be great if we could get everybody collaborating together instead of working in silos. And the Georgia Tech students, they might graduate in a year, so it'd be great if we had someone that could say, okay, let's keep this going, or this works, or this doesn't work, or we can do this better. But
absolutely.
I can try to find out and send you the little information that I know to maybe offer some collaboration with them.
I would greatly appreciate that. I'm sure we'd be able to track them down.
And I just want to give a plug. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdurrahman right here. She has a walk-run coming up at our airport.
I didn't get an
So maybe you can get some people to come down.
I
And,
didn't get an invitation, Commissioner Thorne. I didn't. I guess
I'll
it's
send you.
down for
I'll
iron. I'm just
invite
saying,
you.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe it's coming in right now. Let me.
I'll make sure you get on that. But thank you for all the work you do. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Listen, first of all, kudos to you. I remember when you first came here, Javon, and the same passion you walked in to this role, you still have it. I am so, so proud of you. I would be remiss if I didn't say that Reverend Eric Thomas and myself and Commissioner Hall were all at the Pension Trustee School in Columbus, Georgia yesterday. Otherwise, we would have been there. I'm a Grady baby. There's plenty of Grady babies in here. So anytime I can sing the praises of Grady, I know people get tired of me talking about Grady. I don't care. Grady saved my life. It saved my mom's life. It saved my daughter's life. So the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, you all have done a lot. Sometimes people have been critical unnecessarily, and I want to go on record saying I am pleased with what you all are doing. I'm pleased with your leadership and the vision of the board. I look for more great things coming. I am so proud of the work you are doing. You have not allowed any of that passion when I first met you to be diminished. And I love you for that. So continue to do the work, and the invitation is coming.
Thank you.
All right.
Other comments or questions? None. Thank you. See you next quarter.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, you have 2 hours. You're on.
Bottom of page 5, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 240593, presentation of the Fulton County operational report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We do have a lengthy report, and we'll try to step sprightly through that. As you know, and it's already been discussed, we did lose a Public Works staff member, William Wilson. Several of us attended his service and celebration of life yesterday, very meaningful. Will be missed as not only a teammate, but a very positive force in Public Works. We also have provided EAP services to our Public Works team, and again, I ask everyone to keep them in their thoughts and prayers. As I said, we have a lengthy report today, principally driven by a couple of things in addition to our standard. One is the West Nile virus coming on and the steps to mitigate that. Dr. Paxton will join us during this presentation. And then also, we have at the animal shelter an extraordinary number of animals in our care. So we want you to know both the drivers of that and what needs to be done to correct that. As you can see, Judge Glanville is here and also David Summerlin. So we're going to go to the ORCA progress report. I just want to make a couple of notes. Great progress continues with that. We're down to less than 10% of the cases that we started with, about 12,500. We're going along at a clip of about 1,500 a month being totally cleared. That would mean about 9 to 10 more months. And Judge Glanville, again, is gracious enough to help give us the outlook from Superior Court. The average length of stay is down 33% from when we started tracking this, so that's very good news, 71 now to 47 days. And that does lower the jail population, which is at 2,620. It's up slightly over the last month, 30 or so, but at Rice Street, 1628 is a relatively low number since we've been, again, tracking this. As I mentioned, Dr. Paxton will be here. I also want to not only thank her for in advance, the overview that she'll give, but also remind you that we have taken action at Royal Drive. That public health office has now been updated, so thank you for intervening with that prior to the move to 4700 North Point. We've also gone and taken a walk through, myself personally, at 10 Park Place, asking the landlord there to make improvements, and that's, of course, our largest public health office and where we are headquartered. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up a number of the issues, particularly in the lobby and with the elevator service. We're now, I think, on a good path forward with that. You're also going to hear today, and is on your agenda, the approval of a South Fulton Developmental Disability Center. If you recall, in the last meeting, that was brought up. We've been working for some period of time to get that contractor selected and that contract before you. So that we'll briefly discuss today at 475 Fairburn. And I think it will be very, very well received by those families, and Dr. Rochelle will report out on that. As we go through all this, one of the things that I want to make sure that we do talk to you about, of course, is the animal shelter. So I'll save comments on that until we get to that. But I also want you to know a couple of other things. One is all of the PMT responses for the jail rehabilitation project have now been received. So we have 3 highly qualified firms to begin to review. Number 2, we have also begun the process of updating 141 Prior and the movement of employees from 137 Prior to the library. So that will be an enormous project as we undertake that. And then lastly, of course, the successful delivery of the tax bills by Dr. Ferdinand's team that began last week. And lastly, the 2025 budget submissions were due last Friday. So much going on. I'll turn it over to Steve to tee up the issues in the first part of this, and then, of course, again, with Judge Glanville and David Summerlin. So, Steve.
Great. Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. Thank you to Chief Judge Glanville as well as Court Administrator David Summerlin for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to start by taking us through kind of the high-level updates of the program, and then we're going to turn it over to Superior Court, who's going to present on their remaining cases, the remaining ORCA cases in Superior Court, as well as an update on our county-funded ankle monitor project. So we go to the next slide. We do continue to make progress, as the county manager mentioned, system-wide for Project ORCA. We have disposed of over 135,000 cases of the original 148,000 cases, leaving us with 12,525 remaining. This has us tracking at about 92% complete. Next slide. Looking at our remaining cases by department, we did dispose of 1,474 for the month of August. We will get a detailed breakdown of those 3,600 or so remaining Superior Court cases later in the presentation by Superior Court. If we can go to the next slide. And here we have our dispositions by department for both the month of August and project to date. Superior and State Court continue to track around their average per month number with 168 dispositions and 231 respectively. The DA's office has completed all of their dispositions and are now prosecuting those cases, and so that's why you see zeros across the board there for the month of August. The Solicitor General as well as Magistrate Court both saw rather significant upticks for the month of August at 624 and 451 dispositions respectively. And project to date, we do remain to the good with our variance of 5,191 cases. Next. Quickly go through a snapshot here of our staffing ramp down by department for both the month of August as well as year to date. We did see the single largest decline in our ORCA staff, losing 50 ORCA staff for the month of August, which leaves us with 95 active ORCA staff remaining. I do want to be very clear here on what active ORCA staff means and point out that this report was pulled as of September 1st. Active can mean either they are continuing to work or they have either separated or transferred and final paychecks are being made or vacation leave out payments are being made. They are still active in the HR system, and that's why they are appearing here on the report. A good example of maybe some numbers that aren't quite aligning, both the Marshal's Department and Magistrate Court, they have no staff remaining working. However, because they are still working through the HR process, they are appearing in our counts here, but by the next report would expect that those numbers go down to zero. And then worth calling out, for all departments that still have staff remaining, workforces are down now below 50% of remaining ORCA staff for the rest of the program. Next slide, please. And here we have our justice system scorecard. First, the average length of stay in August was 47 days, marking a small 2-day increase when compared to July. Next, we have the unindicted population, which saw a 3% improvement, dropping to 18% from 21%. And worth noting here that this marks the lowest of percent unindicted since we began tracking this metric back in May of 2023. Felony cases disposed within 180 days saw a 1% increase for the month of August, going up to 29%, while disposed within 365 days saw a 4% decrease, going to 60%. Next slide. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Judge Glanville to provide, as mentioned earlier, detail around their remaining 3,600 cases. I'd also ask the board if Superior Court can take questions at the end of their presentation, and I'll resume the regular report once they have concluded their portion, if that's all right with you.
That's fine.
Great. With that, I'll turn it over to Judge Glanville.
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, thank you for having us and to allow us to present to you today. I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to thank you all, not only for the support you give us, but in particular for Accountability Court. It wasn't on this slide here, but yesterday from the statewide Council of Accountability Court Judges, I went to that seminar in Athens, we had about almost 1,100 courts or people participating in those types of courts. So those are your drug courts, your DUI courts, veterans courts, family treatment courts. We were selected as a model court for veterans court of all the courts in the state of Georgia, and that's primarily due to the efforts that you all have poured into us. So I want to say thank you to begin with for all the resources that you have given us and continue to give us. Let me set the scene for this particular slide for you. Big picture. We started out with nearly 16,000 cases at the beginning of the pandemic, and you can see from the numbers that have been presented, we have closed out nearly 17,000 cases, exceeding the original target. However, the target has changed to a little over 18,000 as the pandemic-era cases have been indicted by our district attorney and assigned to Superior Court. So we have more work to do, and we acknowledge that. But what this number doesn't reflect is that for about 30 months during the pandemic, we couldn't hold any jury trials. And then when we came back in 23, at the beginning of the first quarter, We started holding trials in 1C, and we could probably eke out about one trial a week for the entirety of our 20 judges. And then went for, more and more, as the end of the year progressed, we were able to get more trials back on track. So our successes in terms of what we started in May of 23 was a consolidated criminal jury calendar, and that's resulted in the disposition of about 160 serious felony cases through July of this year. And those are handled primarily by our senior judges and staff. So that's Judge Emerson, Judge Dempsey, Judge Altman, Judge Grubbs, Judge Goger, and Judge Newkirk. The way that those cases get on the calendar is that Judge McBurney and the case management team and the ORCA team have gone ahead and they put together, and we solicit from our judges those cases that are trial ready. So those cases that where motions have already been done and they are ready and ready to proceed to go to trial. So our senior judges allow us to handle those cases, and so we can also handle cases on our criminal and civil calendars. We've also, what this reflects is we've held night court several days a week to address bond hearings. So we've had over 11,000 bond hearings from March of 2022 through July of this year. And we brought in judges pro tem to reduce the backlog hearing calendar from 9-10 months wait for hearings to a standard 3 weeks from the date of arrest, just like we did prior to the pre-pandemic. So both the preliminary hearing work and the bond hearing work have had significant impacts on reducing the jail population. So in addition to these efforts, we've operated a weekly non-jury criminal calendar primarily to handle pending criminal motions. And this is important as these motions are often dispositive and they close out cases and put cases in the ready posture for trial. So the few examples I've given you have been very effective, and I know we've submitted our budget. We've asked for a very small enhancement to continue our use of our senior judges and the resources to continue to reduce our numbers. What the slide specifically, I'll walk down the slide for you now, is starting at civil. There's 221 open cases and 98 active or stayed cases. And what stayed cases mean are, those are cases that for some reason, such as one of the parties filed a bankruptcy, and I can't do anything with it until that case clears or I've been given permission by the bankruptcy trustee to try that case. Also, these are reflect some of our business court cases who traditionally take longer because there's more discovery, more involvement, and those cases are we consider to be complex, and they're extended for extended periods, usually at the request of the parties. The third category of family and domestic represents more than half of the remaining domestic cases are open child support cases. Now, in 2019, we had a change in the statute of OCGA 9-1-41 Echo, which basically does two things. One, cases that are over 5 years old, and these are child support or other cases, they have to be dismissed. And for those cases that are under 5 years old, we're required to put those on a calendar and give all the parties due process. Meaning, so we notice them, we give them an opportunity to seek counsel, and we deal with those. But so due to that change, we've had to work very closely with the State Department of Human Services to schedule and close child support cases. So in July, we closed nearly 1,000 cases, and we have 3 more calendars already this month, which will net out several hundred more of these cases being closed. And we're actively scheduling additional calendars to address the remaining cases, to include vital records. Those are name changes and other proceedings in October and November. So we expect to make significant progress by the end of this calendar year. In terms of the criminal cases, of the 875 open cases and 1,224 that are on judicial hold, if if I could explain to you a little bit about what judicial hold means to begin with. Those are cases that ordinarily the defendant hasn't been located, meaning they've absconded or they didn't show up for court, or the defendant's not available, there's competency issues, or they're held in some other jurisdiction, and that judge, by initiation on their own or at the request of the parties, has put that case on judicial hold. The remaining 875 criminal cases are the more serious or complex cases. Those are your 7 deadly cases like murders, rapes, aggravated assaults, armed robberies, and the like. And they've got to be ready for trial for judges to move them. So what do I mean by that? So if you don't have, for a sexual assault case, the serology or DNA that has been back from the crime lab, you can't usually proceed with that because you don't have a way to determine whether or not you can proceed. Ballistics is another area that we've had some issues with the crime lab, and also just the availability of attorneys. As you all know, we have a lot of significant multi-co-defendant cases in Fulton County, much different than many other parts in the state. And when you have a number of lawyers being utilized in a particular case, like for example the case I was involved in, those lawyers are not available to do other cases or your more complex cases. So that's what that 875 reflects, but we are working those particular cases, and my colleagues are trying to, as much as they can, counter those and get explanations as to why those particular cases are not trial ready at that point in time, and to keep the onus on the parties so that we can go ahead and clear those cases. Of other note, just in our numbers each year, I know that Commissioner Ellis, you asked me a little earlier, asked me at another time, an event about the number of judges that we have in Fulton County. There are 20 Superior Court judges. Well, the Administrative Office of the Courts conducts a yearly workload assessment, and that's how everybody in the state is evaluated for the consideration of new judges or new judgeships. And then they're voted on, ranked upon by the AOC. Well, as of December 2023, our 3-year average, which is what we use, which is what the AOC uses, was per judge, the average number of cases per judge was 1374, which by state standards means that we should have 23.6 judges, so almost another 4 judges. We have 20, as you all know. And the criteria used for these studies does not consider all the factors and complexities of the various case types, and our court handles by far the most complex and civil cases in the state. So 23.6 is probably low. As you all know, that specifically Fulton County handles anything involving our constitutional officers, such as the governor or any of the other elected statewide officers. Any appeals from any state agencies are heard specifically in Fulton County. Cases involving MARTA are heard in Fulton County, and the like. So those are cases that no other jurisdiction but us handles. I've gotten my way through the slide. What questions can I answer for you at this time?
All right, Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Sir.
I didn't know if you wanted to complete the
I
ankle monitoring stuff before we got to questions.
David is, Mr. Summerlin's going to handle that, but if you'd rather him do that
I mean,
first.
it doesn't matter. I mean, it might be, you just got one other slide, right? Maybe let him complete and take the questions.
Mr. Summerlin, come on up, please, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to be brief, but able to answer any questions that you may have. This is a slide that's been presented for the last couple of meetings. We currently, at least as of September the 1st, had a little over 1,100 folks under active monitoring under the county-funded monitoring program. I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, I want to let you know that we share the board's focus on those folks that have been on the monitor for 12 months or more, and even between 6 months and 12 months. So those last 3 bars of 271, I think it's about 450 some odd folks that have been on for 12 months or more. We're eager and focused on those folks. We're actually meeting twice per month with the PD and the DA to discuss those matters. We're going to be sharing information, triaging those cases, not only to address those folks that have been compliant and that have been on monitors for more than 12 months, but also those folks who may not be compliant and may need to be addressed in a different way. In August, we held a large calendar of over 70 positions. We had a calendar yesterday, a little bit smaller, about 45 positions, and I think that calendar resulted in about 25 or so monitors being removed. So we are making slow progress, and I understand this board's eagerness, and again, we share that focus on those folks that have been monitored for some time. You will start to see the fruits of our efforts over the next couple of months, and I'm happy to take any questions on this as well.
Okay, Commissioner Ellis, again, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for the detail you provided. Just staying with you, Mr. Summerlin, just a quick question on the monitor stuff. So in the third bullet point down on the slide on the right, on the whichever side, the right side. So I guess my question was like, okay, why were we waiting until January 2025 to kind of get that rolling? But I guess with some of your remarks there, you sort of indicated that we are doing some steps. So what's the distinction between what you're referring to there versus what we're doing to try to take an active role, more active, kind of
Well, the
disposal of this stuff?
I apologize. The distinction would be that we are sharing information and we're addressing these issues sort of ad hoc right now. As opposed to, as we get closer to January, and our goal is to get it done before that, is to have guidelines and processes in place that dictate that it would be a maximum of 6 months. But we are currently addressing those, but they're on an ad hoc basis right now.
Okay, so the notion on that third bullet point is that we will have a clear 6 month, and every at that 6 month mark for everybody, it's required.
That's correct.
As opposed to right now, it's episodic.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just a couple of questions for Judge Glanville, and/or David, you're more Mr. Summerlin, you're more appropriate to address it. That's fine too. But on the case stuff, on the criminal cases specifically, that 875 number. What's considered? I mean, this is maybe a dumb question, but what's considered a case? Like, is the case which we shall not call by name, is that one case or is that multiple cases?
That's one case.
One case, okay. All right. Want to clarify that. And then on the 20 versus the 23.6 terms of what you were notating on our 3-year average and what that should generate out to, but you're saying that certain things aren't necessarily reflected in the formula, but are you suggesting that the formula suggests that we should have 24, or that the way the formula is set up, it doesn't allow for 24, based upon the state formula? You understand my question on that?
The AOC puts out the formula, so we count our numbers, and
Right.
from looking at that, we should have 23.6 judges.
Right.
However, we can submit our workload assessment numbers every year, and then they're ranked by the AOC, and that particular process determines how many judgeships are going to get funded per year. They usually, ordinarily, that is our legislature, funds anywhere from 2 to 4 judgeships on any given year. So that's how they determine it in terms of the ranking and the workload assessment that's done. There may be other counties that have a higher need or higher workload assessment, and also they look at several other factors like when's the last time they got a judgeship, and the like. And also, speaking of judgeships, just in terms of work, and our work is during 2023, we had 19 judges. Our governor, we had Judge Newkirk retired in, I think, March or April of 2023. We didn't get another Judge Alice Benton, until January of 2024, which impacts our our workload as well.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. So, I mean, if I'm hearing you correctly, then it could suggest we need 23.6, but there could be plenty of other jurisdictions that their formulas suggest that they need more as well, and then it's a rank assessment based upon that the legislature goes through and determines who gets what.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's not always going to be at, kind of what their marker is, so to speak.
That's correct, sir.
On the number of trials, and I know when we talked about trial data, Mr. Summerlin provided me some data last year, I think to the end of last year, for 2023, and I understand criminal trials aren't necessarily the pure benchmark to look at in terms of like case disposal, that there are a lot of other stuff that goes on, but it's one of the measures, particularly with some of these complex cases, I guess. So we had done 112 in 2019 and wound up doing, I think, 106, if I got my numbers right from that time, in 2023. So I was curious where we were on track to for 2024. How many have we done to date?
David, do you have those numbers?
I don't have the updated numbers, but
Okay.
I can get those, I can provide those
Okay.
to this board.
Okay. Yeah, if you could do that in terms of the criminal and civil data again, so we can just kind of see what that looks like and what those trends have been. And of that 875, or the judicial hold numbers, I guess I had a question about that, of the 1224. Competency, you said competency, they haven't responded to some other issue. How many of those would be, like, haven't responded? Do we have a sense of that we've got non-responsive, folks out there that are just...
Yes, sir. I mean, if you don't respond, there's a bench warrant out there for you.
Right.
So, yes, and I can't tell you the percentage of how many people that are bench warranted or have, are in that particular status. So we bench warrant you, and then we put you on judicial hold so that we can, so that we don't have to account for that particular case at that point in time. But it's still a case that has to be resolved.
I guess what I'm asking about are those the majority of these cases, or is that the minority of these cases, or?
Without kind of doing a little more research, I'm gonna surmise and say they're probably the majority of those cases.
Probably the majority?
Yes.
Okay, so competency and others are probably not that high.
No,
higher
they're probably
numbers.
smaller. If I had to speculate, that yes, they would have.
Okay.
they'd be
I mean,
a
just
smaller
would be
number.
interested to know it in terms of like what's within the span of your control, whether somebody's picked up, not really within the span of your control.
No.
Some of these others are not fully within your span of control, but they are more controllable, if you will.
And due to your, this board's assistance, we now have the competency docket with
Right.
Judge Ingram.
Okay.
Shepherds, and that's part of one judge being able to kind of get all the players together and follow those cases a lot more effectively, so.
And then the last question on that, 875, do we have any sense of how many of those are jailed within our system?
David, do you know? We'd have to
Okay.
get you that breakdown, sir.
Okay, all right, no further questions, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Thorne?
Madam?
I apologize that you guys had to wait, but thank you it means a lot that you're here and we can talk to you directly. It's very helpful for me. Back to the 23.6 judges, we have to wait for the legislature to approve whatever number, 2 to 4. Let's aim
Yes.
high and hopefully we'll get a higher number. How long does it take to actually get those judges in place?
Ordinarily, that depends again on the legislature, if they, and the funding available. So, but it's customarily, they can either, of course, the legislature meets in January. They could have that judgeship funded to start July the 1st, or they could have it funded for January the 1st of the following year. Customarily, it's usually January the 1st of the following year.
And is our facility large enough to house more judges added to it?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. And congratulations on your accountability court being recognized as a model. I've attended some accountability courts, and it's an amazing thing that we do for people. One last question with ankle monitors. Last year, we limited it to 1,518 monitors as our max. And we're down to 1,108 right now. But back then, we were kind of getting some pushback about limiting the number of ankle monitors. But it appears that we have ample room now with whatever you're doing. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct. We don't have any concerns at the moment. Currently, there's about 1,100 folks that are under monitor, and that number is going to ebb and flow. It changes literally every day. But we're taking 10 off. We're probably putting 5 or 8 on. So far, the number's been trickling down, and we're going to continue to monitor that.
So that's a good job. Why would somebody be on an ankle monitor for more than 24 months? What would be a situation that might occur?
I think it's going to be unusual. It could be based on the conditions of their bond, the severity of the charges. And I think in some instances, a lot of these folks may be unindicted for a period of time. And once they're indicted and the case is assigned to a judge, the judge may or may not know that that was a condition of the bond. They may see the defendant before them in court and not really know that they're on a monitor. So I think that's something, it's education and letting folks know that we need to look out for this and we need to make sure that we're addressing the monitors.
And, I won't be specific, but there's some information out there that we're locking people up because they can't post a $20 bond. And can you speak to that? Is that?
I can't speak to it. I do know that certainly with these monitors specifically, I know that in the beginning, it was an effort to kind of reduce the jail population. And I do know that a lot of those folks at that time were not, that was one of the issues. So I can't comment on current statistics or what the current stat is.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for coming down here and presenting to us, both of you.
All right, other comments at this time? Questions? Thank you. Mr. Manager, who's next?
Steve's
Mr. Chairman,
got a few more pages to go through real quickly.
So we're going to move on to our jail population update. If we go to the next slide. Looking at the average monthly population, we did see, as the county manager mentioned, a small uptick in the average population between July and August. So we were at 2,620. While we are no longer declining, it is still at a manageable level, both overall and at Rice Street. And then just for comparison's sake, we added, at the date the report was submitted, the overall population was 2,568. And most importantly, we continue to not have any individuals on the floor. Next slide. And here we have the chart representation of the population data from the previous slide, just for your reference. Next slide. Our facility utilization across jail population is our next slide. I do want to call out, and just for consistency's sake with the Blitz update later in the presentation, for Rice Street or Main, the 588 that you see as beds available or under repair, two things to call out. One, that's just a snapshot of 8:30 as of August 31st. The other thing, when Mr. Davis presents the jail Blitz update, you'll see a lower number because he's going to report a much more current number that reflects repairs, progress from repairs made. So that's why there's a bit of a difference there. But again, across all facilities, manageable numbers. Next slide. And here we have the inmate analysis of our jail population. Roughly 69% of all inmates are either indicted or accused, which is about 400, and then about 413 or 18% remain unindicted as of August 30th. And we can go to the next slide to get kind of a deeper look at that 413. So looking at the aging of the unindicted population by days in jail, about 82% or 338 have been incarcerated for 90 days or less, which is where you want that number to be the highest, the 90 days or less. We did have 58 inmates unindicted between 91 and 180 days, 15 individuals between 181 and 365 days. And glad to see we have reduced by a few more for the greater than 1 year. We were down to 2. Next slide. And finally, we have our priorities. Our primary focus has been and continues to be a smooth ramp down of Project Orca as we are in the final months here. We are working individually with each department to provide, as best as we can, real-time information on their remaining budgets, as well as staffing information. Our HR department has been working tirelessly with departments, moving resources over in a timely manner that are transferring from ORCA to general fund positions. So it's been a priority, and appreciate all the work from our HR department to make that a priority. And then just generally for ORCA and wrapping up as many dispositions as we can, we do continue to send remaining ORCA case information to our prosecutors and the courts so they can specifically target those remaining cases. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions this segment? No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Dr. Paxton will welcome her back along with her staff, Sasha Smith and Brandon Leftwich. They'll be talking to us about uptick in West Nile, as well as reminding us about COVID and influenza and any other subjects. Welcome, Dr. Paxton.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for having us. This is always an auspicious time for us to come because we're about to enter into what used to be called the cold and flu season, but now there's so much running around that we now talked about as just respiratory illness season. And so it is my pleasure, part of my joys of working at the Board of Health is being able to nurture the next generation of public health leaders. And so what we're going to do is we're going to present our update on, it's not just West Nile virus, but also some of the other vector-borne, mosquito-borne diseases. Some of you might have heard that up in Boston, they were advising people to stay in at night because of the Eastern equine encephalitis virus, which was going around, which of course has no vaccine, has no treatment, and has about a 30% fatality rate if you get it. So there are other things coming around. So we're going to have Dr. Brandon Leftwich is going to give you a brief overview of that and also the measures that we're taking here in Fulton County to control the mosquito population. And then we're going to move over to soon-to-be Dr. Sasha Smith, who is our chief epidemiologist, who's going to be talking about other issues, including the respiratory illnesses coming down the pike, a little bit about measles, and we're going to touch on rabies because we are an all-purpose Board of Health. So I'm going to pass over to Dr. Leftwich right now.
All right. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So this chart in front of you all, I know there's been a lot of media attention in the past few weeks regarding West Nile virus cases, human cases, here in Georgia. The CDC reported that we have currently 9 human West Nile cases. 3 are actually here in Fulton County. West Nile virus, it is rare because it affects a small amount of people. But however, about 20% of the people infected, they will experience symptoms such as fever, headache, muscle aches, vomiting, diarrhea, and a rash. The ones who are most affected by this are our elderly population and also individuals who are, we considered immune and compromised. Next slide, please. This chart here is some data we've pulled from the Georgia Department of Public Health's website. It shows a 5-year trend of mosquito-borne diseases. As you can see, those numbers are relatively low. However, if, you may see the malaria number. Those cases are not malaria cases that were transmitted locally. These are all travel-related malaria cases. Next slide, please. So what are we doing here in Fulton County to mitigate the transmission of West Nile virus? Fulton County at the Board of Health, we do have a mosquito control program. The objective of this is, of course, is to prevent the spread. We do this by surveillance, testing, treatments such as larviciding, basically killing the baby eggs before they're able to hatch. Adulticiding, which is spraying is a form of that, and also public awareness. with the program, we have about 26 locations within Fulton County where we test for West Nile virus. We also trap mosquitoes, and they're tested weekly. This happens between what we consider mosquito season, which is from July to the end of October. When we test these mosquitoes, if any were to come back positive, what we do at the Fulton County Board of Health is what we initiate the positive virus response protocol. And what that is what we'll do is we'll literally put boots on the ground. So our staff will actually go out door to door to that surrounding area to notify the residents of a positive case and ways to prevent them from being bitten by mosquitoes. Whether we have a campaign called Tip and Toss where we educate the public to make sure that they eliminate any kind of standing water in your yards. Make sure you have your gutters clean, tipping over bird baths and things like that. We also will treat the affected area with spray through our mosquito control contractors. And we will do this by treating the area within a quarter-mile radius of the positive test. Again, what we do is we encourage people to just, when they're out in these areas, particularly during dusk and dawn times, to make sure that you wear protective clothing, long sleeves, and of course using EPA certified spray, bug repellent, that is, to prevent the risk of being bitten by mosquitoes. Next slide. And this here we'll be talking about the influenza update.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sasha Smith. I'm the Chief Epidemiologist for Fulton County Board of Health, and I'm going to give a quick update on some respiratory diseases. So this is kind of respiratory illness season, and typically we use influenza-like illness as a measure to gauge on the overall respiratory disease, what's circulating in the community. So the slide above is from the CDC website, and it measures the influenza-like activity for the level of Georgia. And that was towards the end of August, and it's still low. And I checked the numbers last week, and it's still low. But it's just important to know that influenza, we are seeing some light activity, and towards September and October is where we'll see increased activity. Next slide, please. Yes. So COVID is also tricky, right? COVID is here to stay. We're 5 years in this COVID pandemic, I guess. Even though the public health emergency is over and individual COVID cases are no longer reportable, we have to use other surveillance tools to measure what's circulating in the community. And so wastewater surveillance is one of those. And CDC, so this map was taken from the CDC, and it measures the wastewater levels for COVID, and it was extremely high. We have about 7 wastewater sites in Fulton County, and all of them were positive, and there's about 8 total in Georgia that's reporting to the CDC. And so it's important to know that we did have this summer wave, and typically, historically, we've had the winter surge and we've had summer surges, but nothing this high. So we really do have to stay vigilant, up to date on the immunizations, at-home testing, and also using some common sense prevention like masking, distancing, hand washing, and staying at home while you're sick. Next slide, please. And so for the first time ever, we have vaccines available for all 3 major respiratory illnesses. I know previously you guys have seen in the news about the triple-demic where you have COVID and flu and RSV. Well, now you can be, now they're all available this fall. And it's important that you talk to your local healthcare provider about your needs in regards to the vaccines. But Dr. Paxton wanted me to drive home that you can get all 3 with no waiting period. So you can get your COVID and your flu at the same time. Next slide, please. Thank you. Again, so for persons that want the flu vaccine, you can get as young as 6 months and older. Again, we do recommend that you get it every year. And again, the flu shot ideally should be given before the start of the season, but most people, get it between September and October. Next slide. Yes, and as far as like RSV, so this is very new. So as of June 2024, persons aged 60 to 64 can get a dose of RSV vaccine. And in addition, RSV is available for babies and pregnant women to pass on protection to their children. Next slide. And another vaccine preventable respiratory illness that I want to talk about is measles. So we have seen an uptick in measles cases in Georgia. It's highly contagious, but again, I want to stress the importance that it is vaccine preventable. We have not had a case in Georgia in 4 years. So when we had our first case in January of 2024, it was very interesting. So what we're seeing across the United States, next slide, please. So what we're seeing across the United States is definitely a global resurgence of measles. Compared to last year in 2023, we had 59 cases in the United States. Now we're still in 2024. We are seeing over 247 cases. And this is likely due to international travel. All the cases in Georgia have been international travel. And we're also talking to a lot of our state partners. Outbreaks like these just don't happen in the United States because we do have population immunity. But again, with increased travel and traveling while either under-vaccinated or not vaccinated, because it is a 2-dose series, that causes this virus, this highly contagious virus, to spread. Next slide, please. So again, the vaccination for the MMR is a routine vaccine. This vaccine has been around since the 60s. It's safe, it's effective, it's a 2-dose series. Children can get it as soon as they turn 1, they get the first dose, and then they get the second dose at 4 to 6 years old. The 1 dose of the MMR vaccine is about 93% effective, and 2 doses is 98% effective. One of the challenges is that recent CDC data is showing that MMR coverage for kindergartners in the state of Georgia is less than 90%. And again, to have a herd immunity or that invisible shield, it needs to be 95%. So at the Board of Health, we're always encouraging people to get vaccinated for their routine vaccinations. And lastly, first of all, I'd like to thank Chairman Pitts for putting us in contact with Lifeline Animal Services. Yesterday, we were able to vaccinate about 20 or so Lifeline staff against rabies. As you know, rabies is another viral infection that's 100% fatal. And this is definitely, and it's 100% preventable. And so thank you to Chairman Pitts, and please continue to keep us in those conversations in regards to animal bites and animal services. Thank you.
So before we go to questions, I just want to say once again, thanks for allowing us to present to you. You know, I often get the question, people ask me, what keeps you up at night as a district health director? And one of the things that keeps me up at night is what we just started to show is the falling vaccination rates. As you saw, it was even before COVID, it was really, really rising. I think the reason it dropped in 2020 is because of people staying away and just not getting infected. But now that we are no longer in lockdown and all that, we're starting to see it go up. And I think for decades, we in the United States have relied upon herd immunity because of vaccination. But now we are seeing ever-increasing numbers of people who are not getting vaccinated, and we're starting to see the effects. Measles is, I'm just using again, measles is so infectious. It is so infectious that if a person who has measles is in a room and leaves it, anybody going into that room for the next 2 hours is at risk of getting it. So it's a very infectious disease, and so this is the sort of thing that we really worry about that has lots of effects. So again, I just want to encourage everyone to be up to date on your vaccinations. Please visit our website. because we have lists there of where you can get free COVID tests, where you can go to get COVID vaccinations, where you can go to get other vaccinations. We want to make sure that all that information is out there and available to everyone. So now we're available for questions, so please ask away.
Questions, Commissioner Thorne, followed by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Gosh, that's a lot. So my questions are kind of all over the place.
Sure.
Whoever can jump in. Last year, I haven't heard it this year, but last year I had some residents that were concerned with the mosquito spraying. And is there a way of notifying the public when an area is going to be treated so that if they are fearful of the spray going down their street, they can maybe stay in or relocate, that type of thing?
Right. So we'll notify the residents of a positive case. We can send that out. We notify the homeowners association within that particular area. We notify the commissioners and the representatives around that district of a positive case. And if they have any questions, they can also visit our website. We notify them the time of day when we'll be doing the spraying. One thing that we do want to reiterate is that the spray is 100% safe. It doesn't affect any pets or humans or anything like that.
That's good to know. I think as a kid, I used to chase the mosquito trucks at the baseball field. So I'm not sure if it was safe back then, but yeah, that's good to know that. Thank you. And so then the COVID testing, you said the CDC test at 7 different sites around Fulton County?
Yes, we have kiosks that are available. I'm not sure the exact number. Is it 7?
The wastewater
the
treatment
wastewater. I thought you were talking
testing.
about-
Oh,
the
yeah,
pro-
yeah, I'm sorry.
excuse me.
I'm
I thought you were
sorry.
talking about human testing. Yes, so we have wastewater surveillance sites.
Do we work at all with our Public Works Department and going to our treatment facilities? Or is that too large of a pull-in to?
Yes, it's done through Emory. So the public health is not directly involved, but it was a partnership with Emory and Public Works, and I can't speak more than that, but I know that there is a partnership, and that's how they get the wastewater data.
But it is at our facilities.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure, that we do have it at our facility, especially since we're opening a new facility here. And then the falling 2020 school unvaccinated rate, in regards to that, I remember kind of being out west and seeing a fall in vaccination, and measles in particular, because I remember, why do they have all these things at Walgreens that measles is back? So I guess that's kind of hit here. I think a lot of it has to do with the distrust of the COVID vaccine, that a lot of people distrust, and so they distrust all vaccines. But I was wondering, when you're in school, do you have to be completely vaccinated, or how does that work? Because I no longer have children in school.
Right, yes. There are still, yes, it is still on the books that one must, in order to enroll in school, you have to present evidence of vaccination against certain illnesses. The issue, though, is that there are a number of people, there's allowances for religious or objections and all that. And so there's been a move by certain groups of people to amply, use those, and then that's contributing to this. And private schools, actually, that's for, many private schools are actually not under this legislation that they have to have people, vaccinated in order to attend. And so we've been dealing with that. We've had how many outbreaks? We've had about 3 or 4 measles outbreaks that we've had to work up. And because it is so contagious and it's so easy to be a contact, it has literally taken hundreds of hours of manpower, both for Fulton. I'm also the head of the Gwinnett, Newton, Rockdale district, and so also there, it's cost millions of dollars to follow all these up. And so anyway, it's an issue. It's a true issue. People don't think about measles a lot, but it's something that we have to think about.
As someone who got measles as a kid and still have a memory of it, yeah, I didn't realize it was so contagious. Is there a way to clean or disinfect an area that maybe somebody with measles?
Yes, but the thing is, it is an airborne disease, and as I said, it's almost impossible to run. By the time that you know that somebody is infected and is therefore at risk of infecting others, you're outside the window of being able to run in and clean things, rub things down. It's just that's just the way that the diseases work.
And then is there something we left off here?
I think I said 2 hours. I'm sorry.
Then you said that the travel, you thought it was due to travel, people traveling in a lot of the cases?
Yes, so the cases that were reported in Georgia are, and there's press release from on the DPH website, they traveled to other countries where measles is endemic. It's not endemic here in the United States due to vaccination efforts.
So lately we have a lot of immigration coming across the border. Do you know if before people come across, are they treated with vaccinations?
So I can't speak on that, but I will say in dealing with the cases that we had in Georgia, these people had travel, like travel for leisure.
Leisure travel,
Mhm.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, that's all. Oh, one last thing. I just want to thank you for your help in the city of Roswell, downtown Roswell, with the grease trap issues that the residents are having. Thank you for your prompt response in that area. It's very helpful. It's helpful for the citizens who are having sewer backup in their yards. Thank you.
Vice Chair, excuse me, Abdul Rahman, please.
Dr. Paxton, I want to apologize for that the interruption. I opened up the email from the chairman, and so it's really his fault. So I just want to go on record saying it's the chairman's fault. So,
No offense taken.
But seriously though, Dr. Paxton, I consider you a healthcare leader, not only here in Georgia, but outside the state of Georgia. And I want to commend you for 2 great presentations. To see these 2 individuals, and they look to me to be healthcare leaders in the making. And I am so impressed with the presentation and the subject knowledge and the way everything was done today. Not saying that you haven't done that like that before, but I'm big on mentoring. I'm big on looking down the road, because as much as I want you to be in place, Dr. Paxton, you've always got to put that great knowledge and that great leadership somewhere else for it to keep going. And so I just want to go on record thanking both of you all today for such a great presentation. We can clap for that. Also, Dr. Paxton, now with everything good, I have to put a little something else with it. If you can help me some kind of way, and my Deputy Chief of Staff, Sequoia Kirby, can speak more to it with you offline. Every now and then, my office gets emails that should be coming to you all. And I don't know if it's because they have mine embedded internally, but what we do, we forward it because it's usually something having to do with immunization or something. But for some reason, they'll go on the website and they'll click or something, and it comes directly to our office. So we haven't seen it as much as in the past, but it comes up every now and then, so if we can work together to get that
Thank
straightened
you for
out.
giving me the opportunity to address that. And also, Daryl Carver is here, and he's our communications. We'll put him on the thing. But I wanted to let people know we did, for a period of time, after we had to switch our telephone numbers and the other things, and we had an issue. And so people were going to the old website, and they were getting things. And so we have, for the most part, corrected that. And
Okay.
so, but if you do have any problems, do please let us know. But we worked hard with IT, we worked hard with communications to correct it. So now things should be coming right to us, but I'll have them specifically look and see why things are going. Maybe they just think that
Every blue
you're an
moon,
honorary
maybe
Board of Health member.
maybe that's what it is, or maybe they're going to an old website and they immediately send it, and we send it over. We make sure there's no disruption in the communication, but maybe they're going to the old website. I can't figure. Every now and then I'll get it.
We'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Other questions or comments at this time? No?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. And I also want to thank Brandon for being so responsive. Brandon is the point person on restaurant inspections, pool inspections. So whenever you have a question, he's the man. And Sasha, thank you as well. Before we get into the animal shelter, we're going to give you a quick update on the Developmental Disability Center. So Dr. Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer. Commissioners, as you know, Fulton County has a very long history in providing developmental disability services to Fulton County residents 18 years or older living with developmental disabilities. And these services historically have been delivered through our Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities at 3 locations, a center in North Fulton, a center in South Fulton, and a center in Central Fulton. However, due to safety and security concerns, inclusive of vandalism, break-ins, theft of equipment, the decision was made to close the South Training Center and look for a new location. And in the interim, those participants were transported and are being transported to our central location. So today, I'm just providing a brief update on our plans to reestablish the South Training Center. As the county manager indicated, you did hear from a few of the families who are eagerly anticipating the reestablishment of this facility. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic of the facility. It is located at 475 Fairburn Road, which is an existing Fulton County-owned property and ironically was previously a behavioral health facility. When I spoke with the families last week, both of them previously received services years ago for their loved ones at this facility and so are very pleased to see that this is the selected location. Next slide, please. Go forward. Okay, back up. Okay, there appears to be a slide missing. So nevertheless, here it is. Thank you. We are renovating 12,600 square feet of 475 Fairburn Road. And on today's agenda item 24,600, we are seeking approval for the contractor Hogan to reestablish this facility. We will replace all of the previous programming that was at the South Training Center, including all of the life skills classes, the therapeutic and behavioral health services, as well as the health support. And again, this will be for our residents that are 18 years and older living with developmental disabilities. Next slide, please. Yes. So again, on today's agenda, under real estate and asset management, we will be presenting the item for approval to approve the contractor that will be in charge of the construction for this facility. The contract value is $3.7 million. It does not include furniture, fixtures, and equipment or IT-related costs. The budget for this project is $4.5 million, and the remaining cost will be covered with that budget. Dream plans to move forward with the notice to proceed on October 18th. We have a kickoff meeting scheduled the week of October 28th, and we are planning a groundbreaking ceremony in October as well. The project duration is 275 days or being completed by July 2025. So I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions? Mr. Arrington?
How will we staff this facility?
Commissioner Arrington, the staff for this facility have been working at the central location since that is the temporary location. We do have several vacancies that we continue to hold in the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, and will be staffing up once this facility is ready to roll.
Okay, awesome. I will just follow up with you. I love the, so basically we're gonna take existing employees and put them there. We have enough, or we're gonna have to hire additional? We can follow up on it later.
Yes, sir. But we do have the base staff, all of the staff that were previously at the south location. We retained those positions, even if the staff left the organization. So we do have a base of staff.
And then what is the plan for the building that they're moving out of?
So the South Training Center, I'll turn that to the county manager. I know there have been some conversations about some potential reuse or repurpose of that old facility.
Yes, so there is some interest on the part of the city of Atlanta in that building. If there was some proper swap, which we are working on, we're going to bring that forward to the board between what they would desire to do with that building, which I think is a police precinct, and some land that we need from them to be deeded to us. So I'm fairly hopeful that that can be brought forward and favorably considered.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, I'm interested in that last part, County Manager. Dr. Rochelle, if you don't mind, I don't want to belabor an issue, but can you, for the record, just speak to the issue that we're trying to work out for the art classes out of the Darnell facility? I did receive a couple of calls, and I was under the impression that the person did get the information, but maybe they didn't. But whatever, I wanted just to openly make sure that the listening public know that we are trying to work the situation out.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So the bottom line is that any of the classes that may have been postponed, I believe there may have been one at each of the other 3 facilities, have been fully restored. So any of the classes that have historically been scheduled for the next block of training or class provision, which is October through December, all of those classes will be available.
So Dr. Rochelle, there's no one that will not be able to take their art class on their day that they would like to take it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for letting the listening public know that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I'm glad to see we're getting this moving within the notice to proceed and so forth and the kickoff. I mean, are we spelling out in the RFP that this time frame's got to be hit? I mean, is that part of kind of like the concept here that, you know, there are some clear markers here that we want to get this thing up and moving and done fairly quickly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is, and I'll let Joe add anything else he would like to regarding that.
Joe Davis, Dream Director. Commissioner Ellis, as in all of our construction contracts, we place the time frame in the contract solicitation documents that becomes a part of the permanent record and hold the contractor to that unless there are unforeseen change orders.
Okay. All right. And we feel like the way that this facility is set up, it's fairly conducive to to be able to aggressively do this and get it teed up?
Yes, the selected vendor actually, out of all the proposers, did a very exhaustive review of the facility, particularly the existing infrastructure, so that they could feel reasonably confident that they'd be able to hit that target.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? None. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Just as Mike comes forward with Lifeline and our staff, let me say a couple of things. There, as you know, we have a world-class animal services facility that we opened at the end of last year. It has a optimal capacity at the upper end of 375 dogs and 99 cats. Not sure we didn't make that 100, but for whatever reason, those are the numbers. What we have found is there are national trends operating against this. So the number of animals nationwide lingering in shelters based on information that we got from some of the consultants that we work with is 1.2 million additional. We have about 100 plus additional dogs in our facility. So what we want to do today is, number one, make sure that you're aware of what these trends are and then what the result on our center is. Number two, we've asked Mike to kind of organize this effort with all of us being included in a weekly meeting. We want you to know what our plan is over the next 90 days or so by end of year to get down to a targeted level. And number three, perhaps most importantly, is ask for your assistance, because the best way to solve this problem is doing everything we can think of to encourage adoptions and placements. And that's why Jessica is up here as well. We're going to co-market with Lifeline to the extent, to every extent possible, using all of our channels, but also ask you to help us with this effort, because again, more information, I think, to the public around responsible pet ownership and adoptions in the near term will be very helpful. But at some level, we've got to get to a manageable population. So again, Mike is going to step us through the charts, but again, Vern Sawyer, who is on our staff and is really the animal services expert that we have on staff, Joe Bearswain, as you know, it reports to in emergency management. Rebecca, again, is the CEO of Lifeline, and then, of course, Jessica, you know. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we're going to run through these, but this is really the most critical thing that we had on the agenda today is our animal services shelters. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Rowicki, Strategy and Performance Management Office. So today what I'm going to walk you through is actually some basics, a little bit of background, then we're going to go through some national trends, and then we're going to go through the stats on what the shelter currently looks like, and then as the county manager mentioned, we'll actually go through what some of the steps are that we are looking at as a team in order to address those and get us back on target for some of our items. So this first slide, what I'd like to give to you is a little bit of background on the needs assessment that was done on the animal shelter. In that, there were certain assumptions that were made that would actually influence the population. Those assumptions that were done back in 2019, and now we have this great new shelter that is open, now we're actually seeing what assumptions are actually coming true and what assumptions are not. The first one is that there would be a 10% growth in intake due to the new facility. Again, people would be more comfortable if they are thinking about dropping off their dogs as to a new facility, care for that dog, so there may be an increase in that as they looked at. The second one was the average length of stay for dogs would be reduced down to 10 days. That was the assumption. Currently, as we look through the stats later on in the presentation, you'll see that we have not met that assumption, and it is not correct at this point in time. It may be in the future, but at this point it is not. The third item as an assumption is that overall adoptions would increase by 15%. That would be based on people wanting to come in, see this new great facility, feeling what this facility actually looks like, getting comfortable with seeing the dogs. But again, I don't believe that that has come to fruition for that assumption at this point in time. The fourth is actually an increase of transfers of dogs or cats or other animals out to other shelters across either the state or the country to help us reduce and control our pet population. The fifth assumption that they actually had as a group with the consultants and staff was that one of the critical programs that we were going to have in place was a spay and neutering program in order to achieve and maintain our animal population. Next slide, please. As part of that needs assessment, they actually did a projection back in 2019. This graph actually shows you what the population might look like if no changes were made, and that is the top line, which is that orange area. That actually had the population going up to about 625 dogs or more if we did no changes, and those assumptions did not come true. Then there's also, as part of this graph, the area in blue is, as you can see from the bottom, if you did the increase in adoptions, if you did the increase in transfers, the increase in spay and neutering, and reduce the length of stay, then that population would actually reduce down to what we had actually as our target of 376 for those numbers. And then later on in the presentation, we'll show you how we've actually are meeting some of these numbers in our statistics. Next slide, please. So as the county manager mentioned, currently, according to national records from the Shelter Animal Count National Database, there are about 1.2 million animals that are lingering in our shelters that have been building up over several years. This is actually having an impact on what it is that we can do as a county and dogs and length of stay that they're staying in our shelters. Again, we're looking at transfers out. Those transfers out may not take as readily, or people may not be able to take those animals because they actually are running at full capacity or over capacity in other parts of the country where we might, or state where we might transfer dogs to or cats. Next slide. Some of the other items that are here for the shelter count report are that the total number of dogs adopted in 2023 are still at about 108,000 fewer than there were back in 2019. So again, not as many adoptions are occurring, again, increasing the population overall across the country for shelters. Transfer rates have decreased. Again, if people are operating at capacity or above capacity, they're not as readily available to take additional dogs or cats that we could transfer them to. So that has actually decreased from 16% in 2019 to 12% in 2023. The return to ownership, these are dogs or cats or other animals that may have been picked up by field services or for some other reason are found and turned in as strays. Once they're identified as having an owner, there has been a reduction in the rate from 18 to 16% in the people that are actually coming to pick up their animals that they had at that point in time. The fourth item is the 2023 dog trend. So in 2023, according to this national report and database, 3% more dogs entered shelters than left. Again, that is overall what that's going to do is increase our population, and that has resulted in overall 107,000 dogs that are still in the shelter at the end of the year for us overall. Next slide, please. So what we now want to talk to you about is what does our current population look like? And we want to start off with the total animal population. And this population actually includes the animals that are in the shelter as well as animals that are in foster care. Our provider with Lifeline and through Animal Services, we do have responsibilities additionally for those dogs or cats that are in foster care. So we want to include that as a total population that we're dealing with. And that is, as of September 11th, was 1,162 dogs and cats. Of that, we have 610 that are currently in the shelter. We have a total target according to the needs assessment, and what the shelter was built upon was to get to 475 as the maximum that we would be able to handle. Currently, that 610 is broken up into 478 dogs and 132 cats. So, and when you have a target of 376 dogs and you're at 478, again, you're a little over 100 over. And when you have a target of 99 cats and you're at 132, you're 28% over that population overall for the shelter and each of those animals. Of that animal population, those that are in foster, which are still being managed by our team, we have 552 animals that are in foster. So that means some family has taken them in, is working with them, and we are still providing some type of supportive services to that family. Average length of stay for our animals, for dogs, we currently are at 26.2 days, and the assumption was we would be down to a target of 10 days. So again, dogs are staying longer. That projection on how we would get dogs in and out is not actually working at this point in time. And some of those influences are those national trends. For the length of stay for cats, we're at 8.4 days. We had a target of 10, so we're doing good on the cats at this point in time. Total intakes for the year at the shelter are 6,038 as of this date. That is a lot of animals coming in and out. 4,244 of those are dogs. 1,692 were cats. One of the good things and stats that we do have is that live outcomes of those animals that are coming in for our intake, we're at 5,010, and we have a save rate of 89%. And from a national level, that 90% goal, which is right where we're at, is actually where we want to shoot for, is that 90% or greater. Non-live outcomes, which could be euthanasia, it could be that something was wrong with the health of the dog, those are at 668 as of total for this year. Okay, next slide. What we also wanted to do is take some of those national standards or outcome measures that people are looking at and see how we compare. So what this chart actually shows is how we're doing on our dog intakes, and this is specifically dogs, no other animal at this point. So as we intake those dogs, they're classified or how they're taken in. This compares the national standard, what we look like as to shelters that are in the South Atlantic region of the country, and what Fulton County looks like in orange. So for strays, those people that are coming in and the intake and reporting them as strays, we're at 78.2% as compared to the national and the southern region of the states. That may be due to several reasons. People may we take it as people are reporting these as strays. They may be their own animals, but they're embarrassed by that, or there could be other reasons why they're not reporting that correctly, but we're at a higher level than that nationally. For surrenders where people are actually admitting and surrendering their own animals, we're at 8.4%. Where nationally it is 21.4 or 24% for the South. Again, we're lower there, so that's why we kind of think that there's some give and take as to strays and surrenders. For transfers in, which are we're taking in animals from other shelters, 5.1% nationally, 4% for the South, and 0.5% for us. So we're only taking in a very small amount because, again, our population is above where we need to be at, which limits our resources to provide to others. Seized animals, which are animals that are through field services, are seized for some purpose or reason. Nationally, there's 12%. For the South, is 15%, and we're right there in the middle at 12.9. So we're about average for with seizures. Next slide, please. For those intakes for the dogs, what we actually do is classify those into adoptions, whether we transfer them out to another facility, we reclaim, or that means the owner has come back and reclaimed their animal, or there is euthanasia. So for adoptions, we're at 46.4% overall, according to this as of July 2024. Again, we're kind of right in line with the national and southern regions. Transfers out, we are at 22.9%, and we are a little higher, so we are transferring more dogs out than we would be transferring in, which again, that helps us if we have the ability to work with our partners to get those animals to other locations that can take them. Reclaims with people actually taking their animals back. Nationally, that's at 21.7%. We're at 16.9%, which really means that less people are coming in with our animals to actually reclaim them as their own. So there may be reasons for that. We don't always know the reason, but there is a trend on that. Euthanasia, which is a good trend for us, we are at 11% at this point in time. National trend is 13.8%, so we are doing better with keeping our animals alive and hitting that save rate overall as an organization. Next slide. So one of the things the county manager mentioned is that we have started setting up weekly meetings with Lifeline Animal Services and the executive team. And kind of one of the things that we're doing is we're trying to set out what are going to be all of our performance goals, where we've been at, what's the best case scenario we can look at, what's the worst case scenario. So what we did is actually provide you some current stats on where we're actually at in terms of what we performed at the top performance for 2024 year to date. And you can see adoptions were at 15, transfers 22, reclaims were at 20%, euthanasia or died in care 12%, and again, that foster care, which is a large part of our population, has stayed about 41%. If we can get everything optimized and we think what the best case would be, and we get a 90% save rate, we think that we would get to 57% adoptions, 25% transfers to other outside organizations. Reclaims would be at 18. Euthanasia or died in care would be reduced down to 10. And then our foster care would still stay at that 41%. And again, when I look at that foster care, I'm amazed at what that number is and how people are committed to that. Worst case scenario would be that our save rate actually goes down to 80%. So that would still kind of keep our adoptions at 50% at what we kind of have been doing at our best case. Transfers would stay at the 22, reclaims would go down to 18%. Euthanasias or died in care would actually increase to 20%. And again, our foster care would stay the same. So those are some of the scenarios that we're playing with, and then we're always looking at, okay, how do we get to that best case scenario? What are our options, and what can we prepare to do that? So I'm going to go through the next slide. So we have actually set, as we talked about earlier, our target for dogs is 376. We don't know if we'll be able to get to this by November, but hopefully we'll get to it by the end of the year. But our November target is to get down to 400 dogs inside of the shelter. And how we're going to do that and steps that we're looking at as a team is, again, looking at all the intakes, the outcome statistics that we've kind of been looking at, analyze those, and each week look and say, okay, what can we do? What is it that's trending? What do we see? Then that placement team from Lifeline and Animal Services is going to look at that net intake and determine which dogs are urgent, which dogs are in most need of getting out of the shelter that we can actually look at, market, push them to the public, and again, as a county manager, with your help, actually help get those animals out and get adopted from the shelter. Then we'll actually look at those updates daily. Those updates and numbers are going to be posted through either the website and through our dashboards that we're creating. Next slide, please. So again, the objective will be that each week we're going to reduce that population of dogs by 5 to 10 dogs. Off to the right-hand side is what our targets are set for each week as they go down to reach by the end of October, that 400 for the beginning of November. And then hopefully by the new year, we'll get down to that 375 as a number. And this all depends on the intake. So if there is a spike in intakes, there's a case that actually comes up where many dogs are either surrender or there's a cruelty case that can influence us. So we'll have to adjust accordingly as we go through the data and the numbers. We also want to mention that we know that sense of urgency and placement for specific dogs is important to our marketing tools and how we look at that. But we also think about any dog that leaves that shelter or any cat or animal is important to us. That actually helps us to reach our target. So any way that we can do and any assistance that you can provide to us, help us reduce that population, actually gets us to where we need to go. And I know that personally, just so you guys know, I actually have a dog. I have 3 dogs, a cat. 3 of those are actually rescues. So I know what it is like to take those. I've fostered before. So anything we can do to help that would actually help us, and any help the public or employees or citizens can give us in getting those placements is greatly appreciated. And then what you don't really want to talk about is that if the overall population, we can't reduce it by that 5 to 10 per week through live outcomes, urgent dogs that remain in the shelter, there is a possibility of increased euthanasia. Again, that is a last resort for us. We try every effort to do anything else, but that may be the case in some of the things that we look at and recommend as we go forward. Next slide. So next steps. Again, we have established those weekly meetings. We will consistently do that until we hit our targets with our partners to ensure that, again, those are all met. We are looking at items each week as ideas. Yesterday we met and we are looking at what would it take for us to actually put a communication plans together. We might have to stop intakes except for critical or emergency situations in order to get the population down to the standards and the targets that we need. So that is an option that we are looking at, and the team is coming back to us next Tuesday with a plan on that and when we will implement that. Finalization of all of our dashboards from the shelter. Animal Services and Lifeline use PetPoint as the system for us, and we're pulling that data. So therefore, we'll all be talking from, when we're talking, this is a date and time that we're looking at these numbers. We're all going to talk from the same talking points, numbers, to make sure we're all on the same page on that. We actually have also developed, and we have a draft that we started to review yesterday, on action plans, policies, and procedures that in case that population is not met or is exceeded at any point in time, what would be the steps that we do. So some of those will include increased marketing, which Jessica will be here to talk to you about, in terms of adoptions and how we can push that, again, with your help, the citizens, or any other resources we have to do that. That will also trigger Lifeline and county staff to hold weekly meetings anytime that target is exceeded. We will also have the discussion on, is there a need for increased euthanasia at that point in time, depending on the circumstances, but again, that is a last resort for us. And then as we're being creative, anything else that we can do. If something has changed to the market, there's something else that we see in terms of certain pets, we'll look at that and take any other actions needed. The other items that we're reviewing each week are, we review the facility. Is there anything going on with the facility, how it works, any related issues, and make sure that it is optimized for all the pets and animals that we have at that point in time. Next slide. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn this over to Jessica Corbett from External Affairs, and she's going to go through some of our communication plan ideas for how we address, again, increase some of those targets that we have.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, commissioners. As we've heard these challenges about our animal population, our pathway to success is really about human behavior and about influencing some of that behavior. So I'm not going to go over every single word on the slide, but essentially what we are looking at is a plan to first leverage every communication channel that we have available that's owned by the county or leveraged by one of our partners, such as the 15 cities within Fulton County, to raise awareness of the issue, to raise awareness of the opportunity to adopt a pet, and to make people aware of some of the challenges we're facing. The second tier approach is really more data-informed strategic communication, looking at some of the drivers. One, pet adoption. Are there any barriers to adoption today? So one thing that the Lifeline team has provided us, for example, is a list of the adoptions from the day the shelter opened through this week by zip code. So looking at how do those rates vary by zip code? What assumptions and insights can we make from that data? For example, a very cursory review looks like the zip codes closest to the shelter, not surprisingly, have the highest adoption rates. How can we reach deeper into the county to increase and engage people further in the adoption process? The second part of that is about looking more closely at the drivers for intake. So, for example, with stray animals, I learned so much from Rebecca this week that if we see a stray animal in our neighborhood, if we're able to provide shelter ourselves for that animal for a short period of time using neighborhood communication tools, there's a greater likelihood that we can reconnect that animal with their family. So, excuse me. So looking at those kinds of strategies to raise awareness and really try to look at that from both sides. One, to increase adoption rates, and two, to look at some of the drivers of intake. Excuse me. And other drivers could include economic barriers. Access to veterinary care, for example, is a barrier for many families to keeping their pets in their homes. Also, food security, other kinds of economic challenges that families may be facing are other drivers that could cause them to have to surrender a pet. So looking holistically at all of that, we are starting right now, as of this week, started a Pet of the Week feature in our communication channels. We would invite all of you, if you'd like to include pets in some of your communication channels. Lifeline has been great to provide those to us and help us highlight those. A next step will also be working with our partners, the communication partners, with our 15 cities to invite them to similarly share these messages with their audiences. And I think that's a very short summary. I know we have some more data to share with you.
Okay, can you go 2 slides? So the next item we want to give to you, again, we want to give you some good news, and I'm going to turn this over to Rebecca to actually provide an update on an actual proposal that we got from Home Depot to help out with the shelter.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to share today. It's a really important issue to us, and it's very gratifying how important it is to the county. I want to take this opportunity to really thank the county manager and the Fulton County team, because the support has been tremendous, really, for the effort for the animals of Fulton County. You should all be proud of that. One of the things that the new shelter has afforded us is increased volunteer opportunities. We've had a longtime volunteer who has works for Home Depot, and the Home Depot Foundation has brought this proposal to us through that volunteer. And it's some improvements to the grounds of the shelter. It's a really beautiful place, and we've got these incredible outdoor yards, and beyond that, there's basically undeveloped land, right? So Home Depot has offered to create some walking paths, so some additional areas for the dogs to be walked. That's a very popular activity with our volunteers. So some walking paths beyond the current outdoor yards for the shelter, and leading towards, there's also a pasture that we hope to be able to utilize as well. They're going to lay walkway and plant trees, 30 crepe myrtle trees. So it's really going to enhance the area where people are meeting most of the dogs that they adopt. They go outside. They are in these individual play yards. There are, I think, 33 play yards. But right now it's the fencing and the ground covering, but this will really start to make it a really inviting area. A gazebo for shade. It's quite sunny there. The county actually has just added shade sails to I can't say this, shade sails to our outdoor yards. We're in the process of doing that. Building benches for the outdoor yards, because like I said, it is a place where people can come and meet pets and interact with them outside of the kennels in the shelter. And then that same volunteer group, and we do this almost every Saturday, there's a corporate volunteer group in the new shelter doing inside activities, which is making enrichment and toys. Enrichment is actually a fancy way of saying peanut butter and toilet paper rolls. We give those to the dogs. They really love it, and the volunteers interact with the dogs. It's just, for us, the quality of life for the animals in our care is also a life-saving program, and the new shelter affords this, and the volunteers make it possible. So this is really exciting. These are pictures are conceptual. We're still working with Dream or Home Depot is working with Dream to work out all the details and make sure this goes off, but hopefully in the next couple of months.
Okay, with that, again, just want to end with, I want to thank you guys for listening to us today on this one. Again, if anybody that knows that wants to adopt a pet, please send them to the shelter. Any assistance you can provide to us to help get those pets out would be greatly appreciated. With that, we'll turn it over for any questions.
Commissioner Thorne.
I just want to thank you for this very, very detailed report, that we're making informed decisions. You guys are really studying it. That's encouraging for me to trust what you're telling us. And I'm encouraged that you guys are having weekly meetings. I was unaware of that. You did mention, despite the high national rate of shelters being overcrowded, where do we transfer to? Where are those places that we are transferring to?
So I'm going to turn that question over to Joe. Do you want to answer that question as to where we could?
Generically, Joe Barriswain, Director of Emergency Management. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Rebecca can get more into detail, but we have transferred to other shelters. There are other shelters even around even the state. I think Thomas County was one that we transferred to, and others. There's also private partnerships with other rescue groups that we transfer to. You see the number has gone down just because everybody's facing the same issues. We did a comparison to 5 metro areas similar to ours to include Orange County, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and others, and everybody's experiencing the same trends right now all over the country. The consultant Animal Arts that came in, they did a 6-month, we're gonna come back and kind of see how y'all are doing. They echoed the same thing as shelters that they're working with all over the country. So we're kind of all seeing the same issues.
Thank you for that. I'm all over the place because that was so long,
Sure.
but the foster care program, a lot of people can't adopt, maybe travel. They have something coming up that's prohibiting them from adopting, but you have a foster care program. If you're going to foster a dog, what's the commitment there? Is there a length of stay? Is it?
Can we have Rebecca?
Yeah, let me Rebecca answer that and I'll come back up.
Thank you, Commissioner. The previous question, the largest transfer partner is Lifeline itself, and that does account for some of our comparison to the national average. We operate an overflow center. That's our Lifeline's private shelter, our community animal center. We have foster opportunities for everybody, including all of you. You can go pick up a dog right now. We do, starting with Dog for the Day, where people can take out a dog just for the day. They wear a Adopt Me vest and take them to different places. We have a lot of recommendations, anywhere except a dog park. We don't really want our animals set free in a dog park. But other than that, there are lots of opportunities there. We have a program called Weekend Warrior, where people can foster just for the weekend. Every Thanksgiving, we do I think it's called Home for the Holidays, where we ask people to foster a dog or cat through the Thanksgiving holidays to give them that taste of really to get them some time out of the shelter. The shelter is a stressful environment. So even an afternoon, we've had programs where we worked with Georgia Tech students even just to have a study buddy for an afternoon. We participated in studies that showed that decreased the cortisol level in the dogs, and again, quality of life is life-saving for the dogs in our care. So we have programs any length. There's no set commitment. We give our fosters tools to help get those animals adopted, because ultimately we want to get them out of the program altogether. We have tools for behavioral issues. We do still provide the medical care if necessary, and food, crates. We can provide everything or nothing depending on the foster. So there's multiple opportunities.
I know in our old facility, we were directly across the street from the jail. Now we're a little bit further. Do we have any programs with incarcerated individuals to release stress or anything like that?
So there is a program through Canine Cellmates, and those dogs do come from Fulton County Animal Services, but I don't know the status of that program. I know there were some issues of the partnership with that program and the jail, but it's an independent organization, and they do take the dogs from Fulton County Animal Services.
Great. And when I was looking at the stats, it looks like our adoptions were doing well. We're above the national state average. Transfers were above. Euthanasia were low, but reclaims, that figure was we were below the national standard. What do you think that the reason that's one thing we're off in?
So that's exactly, I think, one of the things that you can target, right? As Jessica mentioned, most animals that are lost are found within a mile of their home. So if an animal is lost in your district, for example, and brought all the way down to Fulton County Animal Services immediately, the chance that animal is going to get back to their home are diminished greatly, right? So we have a lot of different tools for the public to use. if they'll just go to the website and look at them, to help get those animals back where they belong. So that's an issue. If we can help change some of that behavior, it's also, I think for years, we've encouraged people, if you see a stray animal, to call animal services and bring the animal to us. That behavior has been very counterproductive, right? Animals aren't getting home. And now we're in a situation where the shelter is really getting hard pressed to be able to care for these healthy animals that really deserve and belong with their families. So we have a number of programs like that. We have a partnership with Petco Love Lost, and I encourage all of you to check it out. Google Petco Love Lost. It's a national database, and they pull all of the animals that are coming into our shelter, and they put it in that database, and if you list your pet as lost, it will try to make a match. People still have to come to the shelter, but it starts to, and you can also register your pet with Petco Love Lost. So if your pet ends up in the shelter, you'll get an alert, that kind of thing. It's pulling data also from Nextdoor and the Ring app, I think it's called Neighbors. So we're starting to build a network of community to help get lost pets home, and that's something that you can really help us with.
Great, great. And we received an email about an owner who said their cat was chipped, but for some reason, and I know we're not perfect, so for some reason it wasn't detected at pickup, but then later detected by the vet, but the cat was so ill that it had to be euthanized.
Mm-hmm.
Could we clear up explain what happened there?
It was a neighbor, what turned out to be a neighbor that called up about the cat. The cat was lateral, very poor shape. They had the cat in a box on their front porch. Essentially, the cat was near death when the officer picked the cat up. They did attempt to scan. There are any number of reasons why they might not be able to have detected a chip on the initial scan. As this protocol, those animals are transported immediately to the emergency clinic, and then the veterinarian there, the cat was in such poor shape, the veterinarian called our team and asked for the authority to go ahead and euthanize immediately. So it's very unfortunate. I called the owner of the cat personally. I believe that we did everything correctly in that situation. It was just tragic, and I'm sorry, but essentially a cat was not. I don't really know what word to use, except the cat was near death when the cat came into our care.
Thank you for that explanation. And speaking of the clinic, it's been a while since I've been there, but you guys have a beautiful clinic to treat the animals down there. At the time, you had one veterinarian. Have you expanded that program?
So we still have one full-time veterinarian. We have a full-time equivalent in contract vets, and I think it's up to about 2.5. We hope to get it to 3. So y'all may be aware there's a national veterinary shortage. So that's something else that we're combating with that. But we do have 2.5, and we're hope to have, we're budgeted for 3. So we're always looking for additional veterinarians.
What is the cost to spay and neuter your pet?
So it depends on where you go. We do have our own spay and neuter clinics operated by Lifeline. We don't do spay and neuter for the public through Fulton County Animal Services, in part because of just, even though it is a wonderful clinic, we are working with 1,100 animals effectively in our care, right? So that has to be our priority. So we're providing wellness services to the public through that clinic, but not surgery. All in, the cost at Lifeline ranges from, we will do a community cat for $50, up to, I think it's $150 for a large female dog. I believe the average, however, in Fulton County is between, if you went to a private veterinarian, is between $500 and $700.
Okay, thank you. And a final, I know Chairman Pitts is getting hungry over here or something. I have access to a lot of used tennis balls, so if you guys ever need tennis balls, give me a contact. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, followed by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you for the information. I guess my question is, what do we know how much it costs us per day to house and care for an animal?
Yes, sir. It's average about $40 per day per animal.
$40 per day.
Yeah, I would have to do the exact calculation for you because there's some fluctuations with veterinary costs going up and food costs going up. So last year it was around $40 a day per animal.
All right, and then what is the cost to euthanize an animal?
Well, there's not really an additional cost to euthanize. It's just then you're no longer caring for that animal.
Okay, I guess I may need some further help. How do we euthanize them then? I assume that there's like some medicine or something that has to be purchased that's given to them, so there has to be some type of cost associated with that. And I don't know if there is a doctor or someone that has to administer it. So there has to be some cost associated with euthanization.
Yes, sir. There's our trained individuals that are part of either our animal care or veterinary care staff. It's a controlled substance that's used for euthanasia, so it's required. Veterinarians required. It has tracking through DEA controlled substances. So there are some costs associated with it. That is included in our overall clinic medical cost. I would have to get back to you on a breakout.
Yeah. We'll look at that and come back to you what it costs, Commissioner.
The reason I'm asking those questions, I wonder if we could offer people $100 to come adopt an animal, right? If we're spending $40 a day to keep them, and we're spending, I don't know what it is, to euthanize them, why not just offer somebody $100 to come adopt them? I don't know, but I think we have to know what our costs are first, right? That's first and foremost. How much does it cost to house, feed, and provide for these animals on a daily basis? How much does it cost to euthanize them? And somewhere in between there is an opportunity to provide some type of additional incentive to people for the adoption.
Thank you. We'll get you that information. I think it's a really interesting idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Okay, Chairman, I'll try to be quick. First of all, thank you for all the work that you all do. Yoshina Bradford Colbert, which is my appointee for the Animal Welfare Board, already brought this issue to me. And she actually, we kind of came up with some ideas. And Jessica, if you can help us, especially towards the end of the year, any events I'm having, I want to incorporate an adoption part of it because I think we've got to help you all. We are at critical mass with this situation. What you don't know, Rebecca, and I've never shared this with you, my office, my entire office, but especially my chief of staff and my deputy chief of staff, we get calls for animals, okay, that never get to the shelter because we find somewhere to place them. We've had an employee, a city employee that passed last week, had two, I think it was a Chihuahua and some other type of dog, but they did not want to surrender the dog to you all. They wanted, because the person just had a heart attack, but was a pet lover. And so through my staff, my chief of staff and deputy, they got on the phone and they found someone to take the two dogs, two different households. So and I say this not to glorify them, what I'm saying is, I'm under the impression that we're at a critical mass right now, and we're gonna have to get very creative in helping you all to do this. You all know I'm a dog lover. And if I could have 5 or 6 dogs, I would. But I just can't. But I've got to advocate and try to help you all. Euthanizing the dogs are always a last option. And it's always a last option when it's more humane. You know, as a dog lover, and I get misty every time I think about this, I took my dog and they wanted to euthanize him. I took him back home and let him die with me. Now, I think that was very selfish, but I just didn't have the strength. I didn't have anybody with me to go through the process. And the doctor told me at that time that you probably won't make it back home. Well, I made it back home. He passed away at home. But the point I'm trying to make is, as a pet owner myself, I understand when you have an ill dog, you have an aging dog, you have an aging pet, and you want to keep that pet. But if that pet gets out and gets picked up and comes to you, Rebecca, we know at some point a decision has to be made. So no one, let me go on record saying it, and I know it's redundant, no one's killing cats and dogs in Fulton County just because. Nobody's doing that. But if we have to do something humane because they're coming in front of us, then I would rather for you to be humane with that. Now, on the flip side of that, anything that my office, and I'm going to challenge everybody, whether you're in office, running for office, an advocate, or whatever, let's get on the phone. I think it's dog moms. I work with them. I'm going to ask them if they can start doing some more collaboration with me. But you all cannot do this by yourself. You can't. And so, Jessica, please work. I think I've got 3 more major things going on this year. Rebecca, please, let's put an adoption on all of that. Let's try to work it out, because we are going to have to help you all get this under control. When I got the report from my appointee, I felt bad because I said, in all that I do, it's still not enough. And so I just want to challenge those that are hearing my voice. Please get on the phone. Please call your elected officials, your pastors, your imams, anybody, and ask them, can you place a pet somewhere? And I don't mean just place them anywhere. Place them with someone who has a love for animals, because we don't want any animal mistreated. So I pledge today to do whatever I can to help you all, and please hold me accountable. The report that I got, you all are really trying to keep from euthanizing, but we have to do something differently. So thank you for all you do, and I'm going to try to help out as much as I can.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll get to the point. First off, I think it's great that we have finally gotten our Animal Welfare Board much more engaged. I'd pleaded with your predecessor, Joe, about that, and there had been a lack of attention to that. And now it's started. Please continue it. Please get them engaged. We all appointed these folks up there because they have a passion for this, and I do think they can make a difference in terms of a coordinated effort around that. So I want to applaud that, and I want to just please ask you to continue it. If I read the data right, the stray versus surrender, I mean, we feel like we generally have those categorized fairly accurately, yes? Yes. Okay, so it looks like, we're running at a stray rate that's about 20% higher than, regional averages, national averages, et cetera. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, and I think in terms of where we're running these targeted efforts and where we're running these efforts with PSAs, I think all those things are great, but how do we target the message to the place? I mean, are the stray rates concentrated in a pretty, concentrated area of the county? Or are they? Where they're actually coming from. They are somewhat concentrated in certain areas. Okay. To the extent we can target that and have a real clear message around it. And so that's, if I do the math right, it's about 4,720 strays. And those are, when we say a stray, is it we're going and picking them up?
It's both. It's both. There's about half and half. It's officers responding to calls and then the public bringing the animals to the shelter.
So, okay, so if it's not their dog, and somebody brings it in, it's considered a stray.
Any dog that comes in, dog or cat that comes in without identification.
Okay.
And that they're not, that there's no owner.
Okay, so we may not necessarily be picking the dog up, a neighbor or somebody else may be bringing a dog in terms of that stray category. And that's, you think it's about half that we're doing?
Yeah. It's about half generally, and that's the behavior that the county manager is very interested in targeting.
Okay, all right, well, I think we're focused on that, and look forward to hearing more about that, and certainly concur with the vice chair that we all need to figure out different ways to support this, but targeted data certainly, I think, can help us all kind of target our efforts too.
Hey, Commissioner, we did meet with your appointees. We did have a emergency meeting, just basically bringing all this to their attention. We've given them carte blanche. We're here to support them. They're carrying their own meetings. The county attorney's office is represented in those meetings. So we are empowering them as much as we can. We're just facilitators, but they are truly leading their own charge.
And just as a comment, Commissioner Ellis, one of the items that is important for people so they don't become strays is we also recommend that all pet owners get their pet microchipped, so therefore they can be identified and then they can be brought back together with their family.
Commissioner Barrett?
I will be very quick because I know we want to move on, but I appreciate all of you for being here and all the efforts, certainly. And one of my, I want to sort of jump on something Commissioner Arrington said about incentivizing people to adopt. And while I think cash is probably not the right way to go, because I can see people taking the cash and then abandoning the dog. But that said, can we incentivize people to adopt with, a year of free food, with, a year of free veterinary services, with some of those kinds of things that are specifically around the pet itself? Maybe that's helpful, and maybe that's more attractive. I mean, one of the things I think, and you mentioned, Jessica, the zip code issue, right? And I think about that for my district, and the further north we go, the harder it gets to convince somebody to drive down to the Fulton County shelter to adopt a dog when they can go, over to Cobb more easily or Gwinnett or what have you. So I think maybe if we had some of those incentives in place, we could get more Fulton County residents from the north part of the district interested in driving down to take advantage of some of those incentives, maybe. Just a thought. But also, what else can we do to help people on the north side in Fulton County be interested in adopting from our shelter versus going elsewhere?
If you're interested, as Commissioner Khadijah was saying about, if you have events that you would be willing to publicize that are in your district, we can bring animals to those events as well. Just more exposure for the shelter, and then we can come to your community if it's too far of a drive. So.
Yeah, I think that the more that we can do of that, the better. Even if it's just standalone events for that, I'm happy to go out and be there on a Saturday with y'all to do
It's having that extra. It's having that extra push. Because we've got a limited audience, so we're asking you to help us expand that audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for this. I know it's a tough challenge, so I appreciate all the effort.
Commissioner Pitts, I wanted to thank you as well for the rabies vaccinations for our team. It was really very helpful and very good, so thank you.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question because we have a pet family, we had a pet family member in District 4 office, and my chief of staff was trying to get her pet into the vet all of September, checking almost every day, and there was not one appointment. And so are you seeing a need for more veterinarians in the animal shelter?
There's a national shortage.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to get an appointment with a private vet, and it's hard for us to keep vets on staff. We're using a lot of contract vets right now, but it's months out for appointments with your private veterinarian.
Okay, thank you.
All right, colleagues, Mr. Manager went over an hour, that 2 hours I gave you, and we're still not finished. So we'll take this up after executive session. I'll entertain a motion for lunch, executive session. Consider issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
We on? All right, Madam County Attorney, items from executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, is there a motion to approve the requests for representation in items 2 and 3 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority in item 4 of the executive session agenda?
A motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
Oh, my God.
And the vote is open.
Oh, my God.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. And finally, is there a motion to approve the settlement in item 5 of the executive session agenda in the matter of Maria Preston in the amount of $45,000?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Bridget Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further executive session items.
Thank you. Let's continue, please.
All right, finishing up the marathon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I mean, I know we want to wrap this up, but we've also got some pretty important stuff ahead of us, and I know we've got outside guests here, and I don't know whether they were on a clock or not. And I'm just raising the question, should we take up our healthcare stuff now and then come back and wrap this up?
We could do that. Any objection to taking health care now? All right.
Okay.
Item moved up on today's agenda on page 7. 240598, Finance. Request approval of the 2025 premium rates for the medical and pharmacy, dental, and vision plans.
Page
7.
There's 6 items that all relate to, 6 I believe, right? All relate to health insurance for 2025, and there was a request to move one of them up, but I would hope that we would approve each of them.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon,
Yes,
Chairman
sir.
Pitts and Vice Chair and Commissioners. First, I want to thank all of you and your staff for providing us the time to review these health insurance proposals and the recommendations with you this past week. I think the meeting that we had, in my opinion, I believe, was fruitful, and we're able to at least review the materials, with everyone. I'm going to start the presentation by just talking about the 2 types of plans that we have. We have the fully insured plans and then the self-insured plans. The fully insured plans are the types that we deduct premiums from our employees and then forward that payment to the healthcare provider, along with county match for the providers to use to process claims, and then they also assume the full liability on all the payments or the claims that might be submitted on any of those plans. And then the self-insured ones are the types that we manage internally. We deduct the premium from employees along with county matches, and then those are deposited into health stabilization fund, and the provider will manage the claims, submit a request for reimbursement to us, and then we will reimburse the provider for the care. For 2025, the total cost of all our plans is going to be $110.9 million. This is in comparison to what we have in 2020.
Recording in progress.
This is in comparison to what we have for 2024, which is a total of $112.4 million. Out of the 110.9 that we're going to be, we have as a total, $89.2 million is county share of the cost. And then the $21.7 million is going to be the retirees and employees' share of that cost. What we are asking you to look at today, and then now we are requesting your approval, the following. Under our medical care and pharmacy plan, we're recommending for us to have a 1-year contract with Anthem with the option to renew for 4 more years. This plan is one of our self-insured plans that we have. And in 2025, the rates will be going down by 3.6% for all active and pre-65 retiree rates. And what are the plans that we have within this one? It includes the HSA, the POS, and then the HMO plans. Also, for over 65 retirees, there's also going to be a 3.6% decrease for the Medicare, HMO, indemnity, and then PPO plus plans. The PPO is a closed plan that we only offer to few of our retirees, and the numbers are actually going down on a yearly basis. The next one is Kaiser Medical and Pharmacy plans. This is one of our fully insured plans. For 2025, it is increasing by 8.9% for all the HMO, active, and pre-65 retirees. And those pre-65 we have some employees that retire early before they actually get to the Medicare eligible age. Those are the ones that we categorize as pre-65. And there's another 4.5% increase to post-65 senior advantage plan. The next one is Aetna Medicare Advantage, which is another fully insured plan for retirees. It's going up by 16.4%, the basic plan, and 19.4% increase to the enhanced plan. The difference is the county pays 16.4% for everybody, and then the difference between the 16.4% and 19.4% is the responsibility of the retirees if they decide to do some kind of buy-up, if they want improved plan other than what the county is providing as part of the basic plan that we have. Then the next one is Aetna Dental. Aetna Dental, under this, the DHMO is the fully insured plan. There's not going to be any change in the rates. And then the DPPO is a self-insured plan with a 3.1% increase that's proposed. If I may add something, just to go back to that Aetna Medicare Advantage. Our plan is to do another RFP next year because, this increase that, or these increases that have been proposed are not acceptable to us, but we didn't have enough time to be able to go out and do another RFP this year by the time that, we receive proposals from them. So we are planning to, give it another shot next year. And then, hopefully we'll be able to get even more vendors to participate in the bidding process because we only received one bid this time around from Aetna. And then the other one, Aetna Dental, we are also looking to going out for another RFP in 2025. And the reason for that also is, all the proposals that we received, were really not acceptable to us, but we're able to negotiate with Aetna to extend the existing contract with the plan that, we'll go out and do this bidding next year. And then the next one is MetLife Vision. This is a new vendor that is going to be managing our vision plan next year. For the current year, we have IMED, but through the RFP process, MetLife was categorized and then also evaluated to be the best, the company that provided us the best offer. So for 2025, there will not be any change in the vision rates, and this is another one of our self-insured plans. And just to add information to the what I've presented for you all, one other thing that we are recommending to improve next year is the hearing aid benefit for retirees. Currently, the plans that we have allows each retiree to have up to $2,000 each year for a period of 3 years. So, and in most cases, the amount, the $2,000 amount is not sufficient for them to be able to buy, a hearing aids for the 2 years at the same time. So what we're doing is, we're recommending one time within a 3-year period for retirees to have up to $4,000, which will allow them to be able to buy the 2 hearing aids at the same time, rather than buying one in 1 year and then going out and buying the other one in the following year. And, and they're not able to sync together and work, the way they like for them to be working for them. So that is, where we are, and we'll entertain any question that, you may have on this. Our plan is to have open enrollment beginning October 14 for employees, and then hopefully we'll be able to get the files to our providers by December 1st or so they can prepare for the coverage in the new year of 2025, January. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments, questions. While, I think the good news certainly is that we are spending less overall from last year to this year, I think, it's pretty clear looking at these numbers that is a function of the fact that more people are on the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, and that those plans went down by 3.6%. But that savings is, and the overall savings year over year is sort of masking these higher percentages that you went through with the Kaiser going up 8.9% for our HMO active and pre-65 retirees. And while, again, great that it went down across the board, that doesn't change the fact that for a Fulton County employee on Kaiser at one of the levels, it's like $144 extra that's coming out of their paycheck for the year. A couple, someone who covers their spouse, it's $276.12 coming out of their paycheck more this year than last. And for the family, someone who insures their whole family, it's $360 a year more. And that's a lot of money. And especially because the people that choose this plan in particular, the Kaiser plans in particular, are often doing it because it is the lowest paid plan. So they're the ones that are going to bear the brunt of these percentages being higher than we would like to see them. And while I'm certainly not opposed to a reasonable increase, 8.9% feels a bit too high. That said, 8.9% makes the Aetna Medicare Advantage plan, look even worse. I mean, the 8.9 looks great compared to 16 point, whatever it is, the increase, 16.4 and 19.4.
16.9,
Yeah, and again, while the overall cost went down, the individuals who are on those plans, who are retirees, are looking at a 16.4% increase in their contribution and a 19.4% increase. And so, I understand that we're sort of between a rock and a hard place here in terms of needing to go ahead and approve these things before, so we don't run out of time to make sure our employees get insurance coverage. But I do think, going back out to bid absolutely on the Medicare Advantage plan is the right thing to do. And I think we just have to keep looking every year with hawk eyes at the Kaiser plan, because it is, to the comments, the conversation we had, all of us in the meeting, it's quickly becoming comparable to the Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO plan in terms of cost. And so at what point do we have to say, I know you might like Kaiser, but it's just more affordable for you, us, and the taxpayers to be, to not use that system. So, I know we're not there yet because it is still less expensive, but it's creeping ever higher. And so I have real concerns about that. And I think, it just needed to be said publicly. And the last thing I want to bring up is it does seem like this, the process with you all, with Siegel, got overly complicated this year, especially as it related to that Medicare Advantage plan, for whatever reason, with that intent to respond letter. And I met with purchasing and went through the whole process with them and looked through all the documents. And it does seem like we had a lot more folks interested at the point of that initial letter. And then we had some drop off, but we still had a lot of people come, it sounded like, to the pre-proposal meeting and to learn more about bidding. And then we ended up with one bid, only our current provider. So, I'd love for you all to maybe take a moment and explain what went wrong there, because it really feels to me like we dropped the ball, or let me put it this way, the ball was dropped in terms of data getting released to people so that they could actually bid. And that's my concern. I understand we again, between a rock and a hard place here, and we will put it out to bid again, but it does feel like a ball was dropped here.
Thank you, Commissioner. The real issue, the crux of the issue, was the fact that Aetna would not provide the level of data that we typically receive for our clients. Now, we work with a lot of larger clients also, but they said they would not release the level of detail that we normally release with MAPD RFPs for a group that had less than 5,000 enrollees in their plan. And we went round and round and round with them, and they would not change their policies or release data.
I'm going to call on the county attorney's office here then, because it feels very, I don't know if it rises to the problem of a legal issue or if it's just an ethical issue, but it seems really inappropriate that the company that is our current provider will not provide the amount of data necessary for anybody else to bid on this account. So what is that about? That feels like a lawsuit waiting to happen, because are we literally allowing our seniors to get charged 19.4 and 16.4% more because our current provider won't give out the data necessary for anyone else to bid the job? Like, that's insane.
So I've not been previously made aware that they were refusing to provide the information, but I think the first step in the assessment is to look at our contract with them. Typically, all of our contracts are going to include provisions for how much information they have to share with us. A lot of that information, while they house it and have custody of it, is our information, and they have obligations to retain it for Open Records Act purposes and also to provide it to us. So if you can give me the date of the contract, or just the name of the provider, we will pull the contract and see if they have an obligation to provide.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly say if we're going back to contract with them this year, which this is a new, we need to make sure that next year we have access to that data, because otherwise we're just going to be in this endless loop of them forcing us to stay with them and not even being able to get other bids. That's what you're telling me. So you're basically blaming this on Aetna.
So I was prompted to introduce myself. I'm Gina Sander with Siegel.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. That's fine. I didn't make that clear first. Let me get back to what I was saying. So yes, the data did not come from Aetna when we asked them for the data. They would not provide it. But these large increases are increases that we are seeing nationwide. So CMS has had an internal reset. They've made changes to their coding, changes to their reimbursements.
Can you just can you say the words instead of the analogies, please? Sorry to interrupt.
To coding, the codes that they...
You said CNS, I think.
Oh, CMS, I'm sorry, Medicare, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Thank you.
So at a federal level, they have made adjustments internally, the way that they code or want the providers to code for various services, the way that they are reimbursing some of the providers, the subsidies that they are providing to the carriers, and the risk scoring methodologies that they're using with the carriers also that are providing the Medicare Advantage services. So across the country, we are seeing these huge increases. And I polled some of my internal colleagues. It was a quick poll. I needed it in like 2 hours. So I got about 12 responses that I can provide to you. I've sent it to them if you, or I can read it to you and tell you like the range of the increases that are being seen.
Well, I hear what you're...
I'm telling you that it is not specific to the county. It is not specific to this region. It's not specific to the plan. It is a federal reset that's being phased in over 3 years that started in '24 and should end in '26. And I can't guarantee that you won't see some increases again next year as the next phase is in. I hope it's not to this level. But I don't know that having others bid, even though that was a very frustrating thing, now that we're seeing all of this that we're seeing, would have brought the rate down significantly.
Well, we really wouldn't know without a competitive
That's
bid.
why we're going out next year.
And so I think there's a real legal question here. And also, I just want to point out that while I understand what you're saying about federal changes that are mandating this to happen, I need to read up more on that myself.
Yeah.
Certainly not an expert, and respect your expertise on that. But I have to just point out, and this has nothing to do with you, Aetna made $6 billion in profit last year. So they're not suffering here. And instead, the people that are suffering are our retirees. And that is, if what you're telling me is true, then what is happening is retirees all across this country are suffering while they make $6 billion in profits.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. Yeah, my questions are kind of similar to Commissioner Barrett. How many people are on the Anthem plan and how many are on the Kaiser plan? How many employees are on each plan?
On the Kaiser plan, we have about 1,807 employees.
I'm sorry, what's the number?
1807.
1807?
Yes.
All right, and how many on Aetna, on Anthem?
Give me a minute. Commissioner, it looks, I'm so sorry. Huh? Do you have it?
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, okay.
it's about 1,900.
So small. I can't.
About 1,900? So they're about equally split?
Yeah, we're talking just about active employees. That's the active employee number.
It would be good to have historical data along with these things. It would be good to know, like, what was the increase last year? Because I see Kaiser's going up, but I think they stayed steady for a while. So the fact that they're going up now, you have the historical data?
No, Kaiser has not been steady.
They have not been staying stable, but they, you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I have 5 years here. So in 2021, it went up 2.5%.
What's the it?
The rates increased.
Kaiser, Anthem?
Kaiser
Okay.
increased 2.5%. I thought
Okay.
that's what you were, this is specifically for Kaiser.
Okay.
So in 2021, the increase was 2.5%. In 2022, it was 7%. In 23, it was 5.4%. In 24, it was 6%. In 25, now it's 8.9%.
All right, and then do you have that same historical data for Anthem?
I don't have that for Anthem right this, but I can get it quickly.
Or any of the historical data for any of the other categories there?
I have the historic increases for the Aetna MAPD.
Okay.
So in 2021, there was no increase, it was 0. In 22, it was 5.3%. In '23, it was 3.7% on the base and 4.7% on the enhanced plan. In '24, last year, it was 2% on the base plan and 3.2% on the enhanced plan. And then this year, it is 16.4 on the base plan and 19.4 on the enhanced plan.
All right, yeah, if you could make sure that you share that information with us, that would be great. I like to see the historical data, what the changes are year by year. You know, Commissioner Barrett is absolutely right, and I don't know how much Anthem made, but it doesn't make sense that there's a 3%, almost 4% decrease from Anthem and a 16 to 20% increase on Aetna. And I understand the information that you just shared with us in the new system, but a $6 billion company ought to be able to eat that. That's the cost of doing business. I mean, this is, you know, $100 million, $40, $50 million a year that they're getting from this county. I also would like, we got total medical and pharmacy. I would love to see the breakdown between how much is total Anthem and how much is total Kaiser. And, you know, it doesn't, I need smaller bites to digest.
We have that information. We can provide
Yeah,
that.
so if you can share that with me, that would be great as well. All right, I guess I'll leave it there. I had some more questions, but I'm gonna hold them.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues, Commissioner Barrett and Arrington, on getting some of my questions answered and also addressing the issue with the retiree and the employee amounts. That was great. But I do want to make a point of clarity that Kaiser has been really working with you guys, and you've done a great job on negotiations and handling all of our healthcare rates. And the original formula rate is stated at 10.99% for Kaiser. Is that correct?
It is their original
And
formula.
then they brought it down to
They made an
8.98%.
Yes.
So that's really good. And these are all great healthcare plans. Just Kaiser is a plan that I was initially introduced to over 35 years ago with the birth of my first son. So it has been a great plan for a very long time. And I do want to thank you for responding. I did not know Commissioner Barrett also asked for the same information, but this information is very telling about the reasons why these costs are going up. And the things that kind of stood out to me were the number of admissions to hospitals were up, but the length of stay was down. And that says a lot, because I've received a lot of calls from my constituents saying that hospitals are releasing them very early, and a lot of them feel like they're not even ready to be released. So I wonder how that's impacting costs as well. And then top conditions, diagnosis of those admitted fall into the category of heart attacks. And on this new, it says is new to the list for this year. That's
The majority of them, a lot of them were maternity. So there were maternity claims, you know, people being admitted, going into the hospital, but not associated with the heart attacks.
Oh,
also.
okay.
No, that was separate. The heart attack was a separate category that showed up this year. Okay. So a lot of the admits were maternity admits.
And then prescription drugs are up significantly. The cost per script is up 20.9%, and a cost per year member per month is up 22.6%.
Yes.
That's significant. as well as the fact that drugs on the list indicate high incidences of HIV, cancer, and diabetes, which lets our health department know that these are some areas we probably need to do some public health awareness on and information. But the other thing that stood out to me is this summary, total proposed projected health cost from 2024 to 2025. It's showing that the county funds from 2024 went from total plan costs of 112.4 mils to the county splitting it 90.8 million, and the employee contribution 21.6 million. And then in 2025 plan year, it's showing the total cost for the plan going down to 110.9 million. The county funds decreasing to 89.2 million, while the employee contribution increases to 21.7 million. And that really to me looks bad, because it looks like we're putting the cost on the back of the employees. And I really feel like they don't deserve that. We have very loyal and hardworking employees in the county. They have worked through COVID and so much. So I was shocked to see that increase to the employees for 2025. But thank you very much, because you work so hard on this to try to get the best rates for us always. And your work is commended. It's commendable.
Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
I have a question about the information that you were not able to get. You said you went back and forth with that information. Is that from a metrics? Could you elaborate so I can ask the question that I want?
What we really wanted from Aetna was the MMRs and the MORs, which are tell us the risk level and the illness burden of the group. So these are risk scores that are assigned to each member that's enrolled in the plan, and we could get an aggregate risk amount from that. So the vendors would like to see what the risk level of the group they're going to be taking on will be.
Okay.
So it's that level of detail, and these are risk scores. The MORs are provided by actually Medicare, by CMS, that could get that. I know that they get this information, and they would not give it to us.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking, County Attorney, is in some cases, and this may not be the case, but I still want to put it out there, companies will withhold that information if they see if releasing it is going to maybe put them in a different light when it comes to rebidding it. And so if they know it may negatively affect them, they won't release it. And it's nothing that you can legally do about it to get them to release it. And so I just want to put that out there. I know it's unfair. It's very unfair. But if they think that, okay, if we give this out to them, then they'll be able to use it to shop for something that may be better, we're not going to have a hand in defeating our ability to try to keep this contract. Now, I'm not saying that that is the case with them. What I'm saying is I'm showing how my training that I received yesterday is paying off, because we had this exact, as a fiduciary, we had this exact question, and actually the attorney group spoke with us because somebody brought up the exact same thing in a RFP. They asked for certain information and they wouldn't give it to them. And the attorney was like, as much as you may not like the fact that they wouldn't give it to you, if they think that you can't get it on your own and they think it's going to cause them to come back with a lower rating or whatever, they may not give it to you. Now, ethically, do you think that's correct? I don't know. It depends on who you talk to. But legally, and I'm not an attorney, let me say that, it may not be anything that we can do about it. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
I agree with that statement, but I know that they give that level of detail out on larger clients.
Oh, and they
So
just, for some reason, decided.
It's a size policy.
You
that
would
they
think we're a
have.
large client, right? Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I like that company. I like Aetna, but I don't want to do any business with anybody that's not gonna give me the information that I need. I don't understand that. That's incomprehensible, and particularly what you saying that it's standard that people give out this information. Other companies and particularly, even more particularly, they themselves actually give it out to other people, but they won't give it to us. That's not right. Somebody from Aetna need to call me.
All of these
Get me on the
companies have
phone.
parameters and guidelines that they follow for various size groups, but there are other companies that are more flexible than they have been.
Well, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense, that they won't share the information that we need. And for our county attorney and staff and department heads, we should be adamant in any contract, that we're about to do, if we approve this, it has to be in the contract that we get the information that we need. Not just for this year, but I need historical data, like I asked you for earlier, right? And so if they don't want to give us the data that we need to make informed decisions, then we need to go with somebody else, especially if they want to go up by 20%. Look, if it were up to me, I'd approve all of them but those.
All right, Commissioner Barrett?
Well, I'm just going to take Commissioner Arrington's statement and turn it into a question. Is it in the contract that we're about to sign with Aetna that we will have access to that data next year and historical data?
So we haven't prepared the contract because the board has not authorized it, but I hear you all loud and clearly, and we will work with the county attorney's office to make sure we can include some language about transitions,
Okay.
Transitional and data information. As everyone knows, when it comes to data, it gets more and more complicated with these companies, especially with cyber, HIPAA. So it gets a little bit more complicated. So we will work with the county attorney's office to make sure their appropriate language is in the contracts.
Okay, so today we're just authorizing you to move forward?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I would
Commissioner
just say we need to work with IT as well.
Yes.
Because it might be data that we're sending to them that we might be able to keep a track of ourselves and get, I don't know how it all works, but we might be able to run those same reports ourselves if we set up the IT on the back end properly. No? All right.
Commissioner Arrington, I think part of the problem is, we don't have access to the claims, data. And to me, that was one thing that I complained about, and I said that we don't want a company that's going to be like a lifetime monopoly to us, because if they don't share their data, there's no way we can, change companies. That means that, we'll always deal with this company. At some point, we have to say, come on, with the amount of money that we're paying you, it's either we have access to this data or go find another company. Now the first year with that new company might be slightly higher, but it's going to be with the condition that, we're going to get data when we need them. So we'll see what we're able to get next year.
Yeah, let's get it right now. Right now. And I think the county attorney says she's going to review the existing contract to see what, if anything, is in there. In addition to making sure that it's included in any contract going forward, I believe I heard the county attorney say she's going to review the existing contract to see if we have the ability to get it now and why they didn't provide it when you requested it. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, I'd like to take, in the interest of time, all 6 of these together. Now, any changes or amendments anybody wants to make to either of the 6?
Oh, if it were up to me, I'd make some changes right now. I don't think it's up to me. I can put a whole list of changes on there. I'll make everything 3.6% decrease.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Would you sound the 6 of them, Madam Clerk?
Starting on page 6, 240594, Finance, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide medical and pharmacy coverage for eligible active employees, retirees, beneficiaries, and covered dependents. 240595, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide voluntary work site benefits. 240596, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide employee health care benefit plan dental. 240597, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide medical and pharmacy benefits as a fully insured option to Medicare eligible retirees, beneficiaries, and dependents for an additional 12-month period. On page 7, 240599, request approval of a recommended proposal to administer vision benefits.
Okay, motion on the floor is to approve the 6 of them. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
I'm going to hold my nose while I vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
240600, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $3,655,925 to provide design build services for the construction and renovation at the South Training Center.
Have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240601, request approval of a statewide contract for truck chassis and truck bodies for Fulton County Animal Services in a total amount not to exceed $162,696.64.
All right, I have a favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240602, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $733,946.65 for Phase 1 to upgrade the existing fire alarm system.
Favorable motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 230603, request approval to increase the spending authority in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to cover the cost for additional tree removal services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240604, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide on-site testing and repair for approximately 183 backflow preventive devices.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 240605, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, request approval of a resolution creating the Fulton County Opioid Abatement Regional Advisory Council, defining membership of the Opioid Advisory Council, and for other purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240606, Senior Services. Request approval to amend an existing contract with Common Courtesy to modify the contract scope to include programmatic trip and cost share changes for transportation ride share services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240607, Public Works. Request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $354,260 to provide water meter testing and repairs.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240608, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Fulton County and the City of Johns Creek for water main relocations in an estimated amount of $175,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, under Justice and Safety, 240609, Police, request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $60,000 to provide automobile repair services.
We have a favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
After this.
And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items. 240611, request approval of an ordinance amending Part 1, Subpart B, Chapter 102, Article 1, decorum.
All right, I'm going to hold this. My Deputy Chief of Staff has some questions. Several commissioners have some questions, so we'll just hold it until such time as y'all come to me with additions and corrections. It could be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, next year.
On page 10, 240612, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. For spreading upon the minutes, the Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County reappointed the following appointees for terms ending April 1st, 2028. Anthony J. Salvatore, Dr. Kenneth Kupke, and Thomas Hills.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. This is the same group we have questions about, but the motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, now let's go back to the operational report. Where do we leave off? Finish up with that. What? Where is it?
Mr. Chairman, you want us to pick up on the last section, which is the jail blitz plan?
Yes, is that the, what?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, if you could move to page 57. Where's Joe? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joseph Davis, Director of Real Estate Asset Management. For our first slide, you will see an overview of the overall maintenance operation, particularly focused on the jail blitz. As we reported, we have 6 housing units that are completed, or 55% of the total housing unit blitz work planned. That represents 726 out of 1,122 non-medical cells that have been completed. We are currently working on Unit 5 South, which is our 7th blitz unit, which began on August the 22nd. And as of late last week, we were at 44% completion on that particular unit. As an overall, we're doing 9 out of the 11 jail units will be completed by the end of this year, with overall completion by January, February timeframe of next year. We may be able to expedite that based on some other factors. Next, you'll see an overview of non-blitz work orders for the month of August of 2024. There was 66.4% of all corrective maintenance work orders submitted were completed, and 63.1% of preventive maintenance work orders. I would like to add here, I actually reached out to our vendor. I can certainly understand the corrective maintenance work orders that are non-blitz related because they have labor diverted to address the blitz project. But I was a little bit concerned about the low completion rate on the preventive maintenance. As you know, that leads to more corrective maintenance. And the vendor that we have now, Johnson Controls, advised that one of the reasons why we have a low number in that particular area, they're down to, as a result of attrition, one HVAC technician for the site, and they are in the process of bringing more on board. I'll be following up on that definitively. Next slide, please. As of the time of this report, we were expecting, and I do want to make a caveat here, this 414 beds currently unavailable at Rice Street, that number is actually 630 as of at this time. By this evening, we'll be at the 414 number. We had a small problem reoccupying 1 North 2 days ago, and that has been resolved with final cleanup occurring this afternoon and early evening. We're looking to turn that back over to the sheriff's office. But with that 414 beds currently unavailable after we turn over 1 North, that will represent a 34% reduction in unavailable beds from our August report. We have 6 zones that are unoccupied, which represents 216 beds due to the jail blitz that's currently ongoing on 5 South. We have 6 housing zones dispersed through the jail, representing 198 beds unoccupied due to fire, restoration, or awaiting repairs to other critical safety features. We also anticipate, as an additional note here, we are doing a final walkthrough on the 3rd of 3 housing zones where there was fire restoration. We hope to be turning those over to the sheriff's office, which will give him a substantial number of beds back in the next 1.5 to 2 weeks. System-wide, we have 90% of the unused cells due to the blitz project or other long-term repairs, as stated before. We always want to mention that there are a certain number of beds that are held vacant for the purposes of inmate classification and the sheriff's office operation in that regard. Empty space in beds that are out of county are primarily due to the out-of-county agencies are not accepting the classification of inmates that we're attempting to send over. And then we have some empty cells due at the Atlanta City Detention Center and the jail South Annex in Union City that are the result of staffing availability. Next slide, please. As you know, at the August 21st board meeting, you approved $3.2 million to address critical repairs and upgrades that were needed at the jail. We will be presenting various items to the board, beginning with today's item. Thank you for your vote for the upgrade of the jail's fire alarm system. This is phase 1. We will also be adding padded cells that currently do not exist at the jail South Annex. We'll be coming forward to you with the contract amendments at the October the 16th board agenda. We are also going to be replacing several items of kitchen equipment. We're also looking at that October the 16th board meeting to bring that before you as well, along with laundry equipment. We are currently working on terms with the elevator consultant to get the survey of the jail's elevators done. Once we finalize those that particular contract, we will be moving forward with the assessment, which should take about 90 days at the most, at which point we'll have the information necessary to have an elevator modernization scope prepared and brought to you all for approval. That is all our information, and do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Natalie Hall? No? All right, no questions. Next.
Mr. Chairman, unless there are questions about the ARPA numbers, which have not changed, the monthly financials, or the emergency purchase orders, this concludes our report.
All right. Now, back to, where were we? Thank you, Mr. Manager. All right, continue on page, what, 10?
Page 10, under Commissioners' presentation and discussion items, 240613, open records request, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yeah. Yes, I'd like to hold my item and work with the county attorney some more on it.
Continue.
240614, Sheriff's Office outstanding invoices, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, I received a letter from, at least strike that, my office received a letter yesterday, I guess written by the sheriff. Some of you have received a similar letter, I understand, but in my letter, he states that, let's see, where is it here? Unfortunately, I will be unable to attend tomorrow's BOC meeting personally. It's out of town, out of the country. However, my team and I will be in attendance October 2nd, 2024. So if that's accurate, I want to hold 0614 and 0615 until the October 2nd meeting.
So noted.
Continue.
240616.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, actually recognized.
County Manager, if it's at all possible, if I can get some type priority listing of the invoices. I know that he said that he will be at the first meeting in October, but I will be making that same request there. So to give him an opportunity, the outstanding invoices, I need some type of priority information, if at all possible. If you can try to get that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. I sent each of you an email last night with those invoices, so if that's not sufficient, just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
2406.
I'm in the queue.
Commissioner Arrington.
I just wanted to remind us that the State Senate Subcommittee recommended that we meet with the sheriff weekly, and we have not done that as of yet. And so at some point, we need to probably consider their recommendation.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, just on that follow-up, I'd also like to note we've had about 3 different meetings. We've had the opportunity for the sheriff to appear before us, and he's chosen not to.
Okay, so I'm going to read the whole letter. Dear Chairman Pitts, great seeing you at CHOPS a few weeks ago. While we have not yet had an opportunity to meet, I have called you several times since. My hope is we can schedule time soon to meet in person. I was made aware of a discussion item you placed on the BOC's last meeting agenda. At the last minute, I was just made aware of another agenda item you placed on tomorrow's meeting agenda. Unfortunately, I will be unable to attend tomorrow's BOC meeting personally. However, my team and I will be in attendance October 2nd, 2024. It is worth noting some of the remaining outstanding issues were discussed months ago in the June executive session, to which my team and I have received no feedback, nor to my knowledge was a vote taken as a result of those discussions. Further, on 2 separate occasions, my team and I placed items in Legistar for approval to be placed on the BOC agenda for public discussion, and each time the items were removed by our county team. Not only were these items, well, county CFO and or her team, not only were these items removed, my team and I were only made aware once we made an inquiry after having seen the publicly published BOC agenda. Should you have any questions, concerns, or wish to receive Fulton County Sheriff's Office updates, operationally and or financially, prior to either BOC meetings, I am available via text, email, telephone, and/or virtually at your convenience. Our teams have communicated well in the past regarding constituent needs and have worked collaboratively to help resolve any issues reported. I hope we can continue to collaborate to find common ground and work together to advance the county's priorities. I look forward to meeting with you soon. So maybe you might bump into him at CHOPS again, and y'all can talk about it at CHOPS.
I won't go into any details about that, nor will I respond. I do see the sheriff, for the public record, at CHOPS. We have a cigar there. We drink whiskey together. We meet at Hal's and other places. But this is, just a minute. This is business. So he suggested that he will be here at that time, and I respectfully held those two items. Now, I think that there's some, first of all, he's not called me. I return all of my calls. I have my phone with me at all times, so I don't want to get into that back and forth. I'm sick and tired of that on this particular issue. The CFO is not here today to respond to this Legistar, whatever that thing is it's called, and I'm sure she'll want to respond at that meeting on the 2nd. So we've received a letter. I held those two items at his request. So Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard?
When it comes to financial matters and public taxpayer money, we discuss them in the public. And that's where they need to be discussed, not via proxy, not via letters, not via, I want to go have breakfast with you. We've all sat through, and the public had to sit through hours of time. But yet the root cause of the issue is yet to appear before us to take accountability and get these matters addressed. That's what the problem is. So hopefully we will be here, he'll be here on October 2nd, and we can take care of it like we take care of it on all of our other business with normal departments and other elected officials.
Now, we do have that because Mr. Arrington has the floor, but that item from the last, that should be on the agenda, that did not pass at the last meeting. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Discussing items at this meeting or in this public forum does not prevent us from having conversations prior to or after this meeting about those items. I can guarantee you that there are a whole bunch of conversations that go on prior to these things being even added to this agenda. So conversations can be had with people over the phone, over email. I know the sheriff has emailed us numerous times. I know he's told me that he has called certain people. So having a conversation with someone does not prevent us from still having the item on a public agenda and still discussing it in a public forum. The two are not mutually exclusive. They can occur. Both of those things can occur.
Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to go on the record again saying I need a priority list, okay? And I understand individuals want to speak on behalf of the sheriff and everything, but I think it's in the best interest of the public for the sheriff to be here. I appreciate him reaching out to me and letting me know that he wasn't going to be here today. That's the first time he's did that in a year. So there is an opportunity for us to move forward. So I'm openly asking for a priority list. I'm not saying it at CHOPS. I'm not saying it behind closed door. I need a priority list. If we are going to take this up, and we're talking about taxpayers' dollars, I need a priority list and prefer to have it before his appearance here. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right, Madam Clerk.
240616, discussion, September 5th, Reparations Task Force meeting, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, Ms. Corbett. You need to find that item that's next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Last week, you asked me about some activities that occurred at the September 5th Reparations Task Force, and I provided you with an update, and I'm just going to review that update now. There was a scheduled task force meeting on Thursday, September 5th at 6 o'clock. The meeting first convened upstairs, but there was a large number of members of the public in attendance, and so the task force chose to relocate to this room. Several staff were in attendance. Initially, 2 members of our team were there. One person had to leave before the meeting concluded. An IT staff member was there, and 1 Fulton County police officer. During the public comment period of that meeting occurred toward the end of the agenda, and there were 22 people who participated in public comment. One person who spoke during public comment was a teenager who was the daughter of a task force member. That person, this young lady, when she returned to her seat, the folks up on the dais heard someone refer to her by a name. I did not hear the name that was called. It wasn't, and this occurred in the audience. At the end of the meeting, and one of our staff members heard this and addressed it at the time and reminded the audience to be respectful. At the conclusion of the meeting, the task force member whose daughter we're discussing here addressed the body and was clearly upset. The meeting adjourned, and the task force member had further interactions with members of the audience. She was very upset and used some strong language as she exited the room. The following morning, that task force member resigned from the task force. After reviewing that and after reviewing the interactions that occurred, we had an opportunity to talk with the chairwoman of the task force about how we could better support her in ensuring that the meetings are safe and orderly for both the task force members and for the public. And we made a series of recommendations. Excuse me, losing my voice today. So some of the recommendations that we made, we also provided to the task force. They had a special called meeting yesterday, and they adopted these recommendations as a body. Those recommendations for any future in-person meetings included 2 staff members from External Affairs will be present for the duration of all meetings. 2 Fulton County police officers will be present for the duration of all in-person meetings. All task force meetings will be held in this chamber rather than other rooms in the building. There are bylaws for public comments that we learned had not been fully enforced. They're similar to the bylaws for the board, or the public comment rules for the Board of Commissioners, which prioritize Fulton County residents and have some additional requirements. We also reminded them that we have provided secured parking for task force members for security. Not all members have been taking advantage of that opportunity, and we strongly encourage them to do that. They are scheduled. I also want to mention that at yesterday's meeting, the task force members made a decision as a body not to meet again until they have a draft of their report. They are nearing the time when their contract with the Atlanta University Center Consortium, that contract ends at the end of October. And that they want to use the time remaining with that to make sure they complete the report. So they do not intend to meet again until they have a draft report to share with the public. So Chairman, those are all the updates I have, and I can accept any questions and will answer what I can.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. First and foremost.
Let me add one thing. I don't know whether, the letter that was read was addressed to me, so I'm not sure how everybody got a copy of it, but that's another story. But I received a letter from, what's her name, doctor on the Reparations Task Force.
Dr. Sims Alvarado, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask, she did? Okay. So what's the status of that? I mean, is that up to
I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Chair.
You
I
haven't
don't, I'm
seen
not
it?
sure I'm familiar with the letter you're
Okay, well,
talking
I'll
about.
share it with you.
When was this letter received?
My staff gave it to me this morning. Speaking to the
It's showing that it was sent at 12:59 today.
Okay.
AM, so
I
right
may have
after
missed that this
midnight.
morning.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
All right, I'll make sure you get it.
Okay, thank you. I may have missed that,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Vice
Thank
Chair
you.
Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I received quite a bit of calls and emails and even videos. But I think, given the fact that the chair of the task force reached out, I would, that is Commissioner Hall's appointee. I would defer to her whether her appointee resignation was accepted or not. But if someone felt bullied, if they felt their child was disrespected, I am not, hear me crystal clear, I am not excusing anyone's behavior, okay? But as a mother, I can clearly understand if my child was allegedly called what this child was called. I can understand. I'm not offering an excuse, but I can understand it being heated. And now, having said that, I did read the report that you did and the changes made as far as, public comments and security and all those things that probably played into it. And let me commend, I think her name is Juliana. Am I saying your name correctly? Okay. Let me commend you and the officer, because they went out of their way to try to de-escalate. And I think that speaks to the professionalism out of not only your department, but the Fulton County Police Department. But on the other hand, I would be remiss if I didn't say, I watch those meetings all the time. I don't know why this particular meeting drew so many people. I don't know if this was, and we know in today's political climate, sometimes people have a hidden agenda. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying the reality is, if somebody pushes my button, I may sound off on it. That's part of being human. So I just want to go on record saying, whatever Commissioner Hall wants to do with her appointee, because I understand from the chair of the task force that she has been very beneficial and she has information, and I know she sent out a resignation, but I as a mother, I just understand that would just made me, I may have done the same thing. I can't say I wouldn't. So I think that if we have learned from this, we've learned from it. We need to put the protocol and procedures in place. If Commissioner Hall does not have a problem with her appointee staying on there to the duration of the end, I don't have a problem either. And so I just want to go on record saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Arrington.
So, Ann Hill Bond is, I think, a great asset to this committee. She does a lot of work in the history sector, and her loss, I think, would not be in the best interest of the citizens of Fulton County. However, I don't believe, we just went through this with a couple of different boards, a couple of different times. So resignation is not to the appointing commissioner, because the appointment, the commissioner nominates, this board appoints. So this board would have to accept the resignation, I believe, and certainly, Madam County Attorney, you're free to provide us an opinion on that. Obviously, this is different than our Housing Authority Board, so maybe there are some different rules, but nonetheless, individual commissioners simply nominate. This board actually makes the appointment. And so no individual commissioner, just like with the previous resignations or board situations, no individual commissioner has the power to accept or deny a resignation from a board appointment that has been made by this full board. So I definitely want to put that on the record. You know, I wasn't at the meeting. I don't know exactly what happened, but I will apologize to Ms. Bond for any comments that were made, any inappropriate comments that were made to her daughter. I have 4 daughters, and so I don't know what I may or may not have done if someone had said something inappropriate to my daughter. Nonetheless, when you come in this building and when you sit up here on this dais, there is still a level of decorum that must be displayed. And so hopefully we can get past this and we can get her back on the board, or she remains on the board, because I don't think this board has accepted her resignation. And if she is willing to consider staying on the board, I think it would be important to have her. I think the root of the problem is that there are different people with different agendas. And certain people want to make sure, and this is crazy because we don't even know what the recommendations are going to be, right? So I think people are fighting over potential money that doesn't even exist. So there's some groups, there's one group, ADOS, that wants any potential funds to go to American descendants of slaves and not to any other descendants of slaves. And, you know, maybe that makes sense for something, but maybe, I think there are all different types of levels of money due for reparations from European countries, from the United States of America, from all different levels. And I think there's enough room for everyone to come together and to talk about what those different levels of reparations are and what they may or may not look like. I don't think there's any reason to try to exclude a group. Apparently, Ms. Bond is of Caribbean descent, and so the American descendants of slaves were saying they don't think that Caribbeans or anyone else should get anything. And, you know, I think there's different money owed for reparations from different people. And so Spain and France might owe more money to the Caribbean descendants than Fulton County does. And that's okay. The money should be coming from everywhere. The world owes money to the descendants of slaves. And we shouldn't be arguing amongst ourselves about some money that may or may not even exist. There may not even be a recommendation for any money. What we need to be doing is talking and identifying who might owe whom. And so if you are an American descendant of slaves and you don't believe that Fulton County should pay money to Caribbean descendants of slaves, that's okay, but that doesn't mean that France or Spain or Great Britain or Ireland might not owe them some money. It's okay to have a discussion about that. So I'll leave it there, but thank you to all of our volunteers for the Reparations Task Force for the work that they have done and are doing. To some extent, I hate that this is even an agenda item to be discussed because they've been meeting for over 2 years without any incident. And so the fact that there was one blow up at one meeting 2-3 years down the road is frankly irrelevant to the great work that they're doing. So thank you to the members of the task force for taking your time. And maybe it's getting a little contentious. Things are getting contentious around the country. And so maybe it's just a natural effect of what's going on in the world. But thank you to everyone that's serving in that task force. Thank you to the people that come and participate. And hopefully everyone can be respectful of everyone's wishes and desires and acknowledge that there may be other people that owe other people money that might not have anything to do with you. And that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, before I even saw a resignation letter from Ann Hilbon, I received phone calls and text messages about the incident. And I'm going to put this on record because we should never, ever allow people to act this way at any of our board meetings. I think, unfortunately, we allowed some level of this at our own board meeting with people putting on skits and everything else, and this is what it has led to. So this I see head shaking yes. This young lady, when she spoke, she let it be known that she was 15 years old, and she spoke about reparations. After she spoke, it was told to me by several people that someone in the audience proceeded to call her a black bitch. 15 years old, having to endure that type of attack. That's verbal assault. But we've allowed it on our own board. Verbal assault by the public. I've even received calls from the public saying that sexual harassment, verbal sexual harassment has happened at this BOC meeting. So it's something that we need to address. We need to address what is allowable by the public at meetings. There are other chairwomen of other counties who have contacted me and said they would never allow the things that we have allowed at our BOC meeting to happen at theirs. They would ask the police to escort people out and have. But unfortunately, I think that a precedent was set. And unfortunately, a 15-year-old girl was involved in a verbal attack. Not only did they attack her at the meeting, they proceeded to cyber bully her. And I see more heads shaking yes. So this is not just information that was given to me. She continued to be verbally bullied, cyber bullied, online, on social media. Her mother had to take her pages down, intercept her DMs, for those of you who don't know the acronym, direct messaging on Instagram, Facebook messaging, because people were attacking her following the meeting. Anyone who has children, you know, there's no way you would sit back and allow your child to be treated like that. And I do want to thank the police officer and Jordana. Thank you. I was told how brave you were to try to get some order and regain some order, but unfortunately, the situation just had gone too far. We should probably have a decorum policy, Commissioner Arrington, for all of our boards and authorities that county commissioners appoint people to. There should probably be a decorum policy, just the same way as this board has a decorum policy. But I would not fault a mother who is sitting watching her child be attacked in that manner. And then to address them as immigrants and say that Ann Hill Bond should be removed from the board because she's an immigrant. And then to go online and further attack her and her daughter and say that they're immigrants. That behavior should not be allowed. So I just want to, it was referenced a minute ago about the chair of the Reparations Task Force, Karshik Alvarado, known as the historian in Hills, sent a letter. She did send it to all of the commissioners. She also sent it to our clerk, Tanya Greer, and she sent it to Fran Calhoun and Jessica Corbett. And this is what it says for the record. Chairman Rob Pitts and members of the Board of Commissioners, as chair of the Fulton County Reparations Task Force, please accept this request to support Mrs. Ann Hill Bond's continued participation in this historic and inaugural task force. Mrs. Ann Hill Bond was nominated by Commissioner Natalie Hall to serve as the second appointee to represent District 4. Dr. Bernice King served in the position previously, and Mrs. Hill Bond became her successor. Before her appointment, I was familiar with Mrs. Hill Bond's impressive professional portfolio, her work with the Equal Justice Institute, the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, the 1906 Atlanta Race Massacre Project, Capital B News, and the Fulton County Remembrance Coalition speaks volumes about her dedication and expertise. As you're aware, a successful task force requires a body possessing diverse skills, experiences, and talents if they are to work in concert and achieve one common goal. Mrs. Hill Bond was a perfect addition to the task force because of her commitment to racial healing and experience as a community organizer, mediator, journalist, and researcher. Her good humor, spirit, and laughter brought balance to our meetings. Although the task force has held 9 monthly meetings, traveling during rush hour and parking downtown are challenging for many individuals who've expressed interest in attending our meetings. To accommodate supporters, Mrs. Hill Bond not only recommended but organized and led community convenings outside our standing meetings. 2 meetings were well attended, and the remaining 3 meetings have been postponed for obvious reasons. Mrs. Hill Bond's role as the researcher tasked with documenting 39 persons lynched in Fulton County is of immense significance to our study. For nearly a century, their names had been lost in reference only as unknown. Mrs. Hill Bond has brought these individuals back into the light by identifying the names of most of these victims of racial violence. Unfortunately, this portion of the research will not be included in this study if the recent acts of intimidation causes her to not remain a member. Serving on this task force is not easy, but as volunteers, we have committed ourselves to the assignment the Fulton County Board of Commissioners have asked us to perform. We have worked to conduct and present this research with dignity and care. And despite external and internal forces that we recognize are obvious attempts to obstruct our goals, we continue to press on. We believe, maybe even naively, that Fulton County can serve as the catalyst to repair past wrongs in the American South. I, as chair, would like to encourage Mrs. Hill Bond to remain on the task force. We hope for the Board of Commissioners' support in ensuring her and her daughter's safety by endorsing her continued participation in the task force. Signed, Dr. Karshik Sims Alvarado. And I have not accepted Ann Hill Bond's resignation because she called me shortly after sending the email, and she withdrew it. And I told her at that time I had not even had an opportunity to read the email with her resignation because I received so many phone calls about the incident that it kept me so tied up, I couldn't even get through my emails to see what everyone was talking about. So I have not accepted her, her resignation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we got two more people want to be heard. Commissioner Thorne, Commissioner Thorne and Commissioner Barrett. But we need to address this issue of how a person, I thought we'd done it, but apparently there's some confusion as to how one resigns, and Commissioner Arrington is absolutely correct. Give you another example today. I've not received a letter of resignation from Senator Brandon Beach from the Development Authority, yet Commissioner Ellis has nominated someone to replace him. So in fact, the position is not even vacant yet because we've not received that. So I want to clarify that at our next meeting, just how we resign.
So just to respond, in this particular instance, the bylaws of the Reparations Committee require that a member resign by providing written notice to the appointing authority. So as Commissioner Arrington said, that would be the board.
correct.
And also to the task force chairperson. That did not happen in this
That's
instance,
correct.
so it's my opinion that she did not effectively resign.
That's correct. Okay, Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Thank you. I did not watch the meeting, but like a lot of people in this room, I was awakened to text messages and links to social media things and asking me what's going on with the Reparations Task Force. I didn't even see the 240,000 views on Twitter. I saw something on couple things on Instagram that were sent to me. With that being said, I reached out to my task force member. He was not present, but he was disappointed that Ms. Hilbon would resign because she's a very, although they disagree on a lot of things, she's a very easy person to work with, have discussions, have debate with. So I agree that I would probably like to see her remain on the board. As far as the recommendations, you put these recommendations forward for approval to the task force. Is that correct?
So Commissioner Thorne, I provided them, Chairman Pitts asked me for an update. I provided them to him, and I communicated with the task force that these were measures that we recommended putting in place to provide a more secure and orderly environment. I had an opportunity to meet with the chairwoman last week. The task force, without me asking, but they chose to, I guess, adopt these as recommendations in their special called meeting yesterday.
So when you say we recommend, who's the we? Because I wasn't consulted on these recommendations till after they were already presented.
These were recommendations. So our office has been asked to support, provide staff support. I also had an opportunity to talk with Chief Yates, who we had previously asked to ensure, because the meetings are after hours, we wanted to make sure there was still security in the building at the time. So these were staff recommendations. And again, and also following up with the discussion with Dr. Sims Alvarado regarding compliance with the bylaws. So these were based on the staff support that we're already providing, along with the support that the police department is providing.
Because this task force originally only met online, on Zoom. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. They held
And it's
their
only
first-
recently that they decided to meet in person, and I think for the safest,
That's not true.
that's not true. I used to watch them online before I was even a commissioner.
They originally start meeting here. They have had some meetings online via Zoom, but it is not true that they originally started meeting on Zoom and that they just recently start coming in here. That is absolutely
So
not
they
true.
meet on Zoom, and that seemed to
You
work.
have the floor, Commissioner.
It seemed to work. And instead, we're trying to send in more support staff on taxpayer dollars for after-hours work, for 2 external affairs people to be there the full time, the entire time. These meetings last a couple hours at least. We're asking for IT staff, we're asking for the attorneys. double up the security, parking. It's just getting to be a lot, and we can't control situations, but online you can easily control situations by muting people out, kicking them out of the meeting. You can't hear, a speaker can't hear comments being made about them. Because I still want to encourage everybody to be able to come and participate in the meetings and not being fearful. And I'm not so sure that that's really going to change. It may even, after this, it might even be exasperated in future meetings. But it doesn't seem like that option was presented to them, that these recommendations were made, they approved them, and now it's a we approved these recommendations.
So just to clarify, Commissioner, I'm looking at the memo that I provided to Chairman Pitts, and I copied you all on. As you noted, the task force has met. They held their they met first in October of 2021. At that time, we were still in sort of pandemic mode, and many meetings were virtual. I don't recall exactly their balance of in-person and virtual meetings. But my understanding is recently they've held a virtual meeting and an in-person meeting each month. So reading verbatim from the memo I sent, it says, moving forward to ensure security and successful operation of any future in-person task force meetings. So we did not recommend that they only meet in person or that they only meet virtually, but that this is support that we would provide for meetings that are in person. I hope that clarifies.
I'm just saying it's so much additional staff, and it's after hours in the building. And if it were during normal hours, it would be one thing to provide a secure location, but the fact that it is after hours and it's numerous staff that would be involved, I just think it'd be safer to be all virtual again, and maybe at a later date start bringing back in the meetings, but let things simmer down for the time being.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
I'll be quick, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to weigh in because one of my two appointees on the Reparations Task Force, Mrs. Osby, who was not at the meeting in question, but was actually very upset at the July 11th meeting. So we're in another instance occurred of sort of some lively debate, let's call it, that was, inappropriate, she felt. And that people were not being treated appropriately who were speaking to the task force. And I think the reason I'm bringing it up is only because I think it is more than a one meeting problem, unfortunately. It's just she did not, it didn't rise in the level of, to the level of angst that caused all the videos to happen and all of that. So, and there was no child insulted, that sort of thing. But she was upset enough to reach out to me following the July 11th meeting. She waited a couple of weeks to reach out to me and said she was not sure she could continue to sit on the task force anymore because of the level of disrespect among the board members. And so I bring it up only because I think, I'm not sure who said it, but that we have clearly had issues with several of our boards in terms of how they're operating from a decorum standpoint. And excuse you, Commissioner Hall, sorry about that. And so I think, my question, I guess, would be, can we add to this a recommendation that they update their bylaws, perhaps, to have some more stringent decorum policy? And then my question, I guess, to the county attorney would be, is there some way to, in the future, I mean, obviously we can't control the bylaws of the housing authority, but when it's one that we create, can we just have a baseline of a decorum policy that is automatically sort of mandated for any new task force going forward, so that there is that built-in policy and, ways to sort of keep control of their meetings?
I imagine you probably can do that, but we'll look into whether there's any prohibition against allowing the boards that you create to create their own rules and self-govern and self-regulate.
That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Arrington.
So let's be real clear about what happened and what didn't happen. There were no acts of violence There was no physical threat of any violence by anyone. Certainly is inappropriate for someone to call a young 15-year-old girl out of her name, or even a young 15-year-old boy out of their name. In this case, it was a young 15-year-old girl. But there were no acts of violence, and so let's not create something that was not there and make this out to be something that it was not, okay? There was no chance of anyone, there was no one tried to rush the young lady while standing at the podium speaking and punch her, right? No one tried to assault her or attack her physically afterwards. So let's be real clear about what happened and what didn't happen. I don't really care about the recommendations, whatever, but I think it's important that we control the narrative, because if we allow this narrative to be spent by people that never even wanted a reparations task force in the first place, then that is where we really start to lose control. And so, for me, I frankly don't. For someone that never even wanted a reparations task force, I don't even really want to hear what you have to say. It's irrelevant to me. But we're not going to spin this thing like there was some violent physical attack and assault on someone or on a young lady or on anyone. There was no violent physical assault. There was no chance of that. It did not happen. Was something inappropriate said? Perhaps. I wasn't there. From all accounts, it appears that something inappropriate was said about a young child. And so that is certainly inappropriate. But I have to agree with Commissioner Hall. This starts from the top. See, what's supposed to happen is there are not supposed to be any personal attacks. Not by the people sitting up here or not by anyone out there. But Commissioner Hall is right. Because we've allowed personal attacks on us individually, people think they can do it to anyone. And so if we're going to do something, Mr. Chair, if we're going to set a decorum policy that we want to apply countywide, it's got to start with making sure that there are no personal attacks on the people that are on the dais. That's where it's got to start. Leadership starts at the top. If people feel like they can come in here and attack us, why would they not think they could attack a 15-year-old girl? So if we want to make some changes, if you got a decorum policy that you want to promote, start right there with no personal attacks. Start with no personal attacks. If somebody has something to say about an item, an agenda item, about a policy, they're free to say that. But as long as we allow personal attacks, they will keep coming. So I went to Frederick Douglass High School. Power concedes nothing without demand. It never has and it never will. It never has and it never will. And you show me the exact amount of injustice someone is willing to accept, and that's the exact amount of injustice that will be inflicted upon them. So as long as we continue to let people come down here and attack us, if you want to protect that 15-year-old young lady, protect the people up here. The way you protect them is by protecting the people up here.
Commissioner Thorne?
Commissioner Barrett, thank you for bringing up July 9th meeting. I do recall my appointee reaching out to me concerned about Ms. Ormsby, was afraid that she was going to also resign. And Commissioner Arrington, if you want to talk about personal attacks, I remember the July 18th meeting, I reached out to your office because I heard I was personally attacked by a reparations task force member up here on the dais in mockery terms, and I asked to see the video. But miraculously, the first 22 minutes of the video was deleted or not there. So I never got to verify exactly how I was mocked by a current reparations task force member. So there is some code, some kind of decorum that does need to be met with this group. You need the chair of that task force to be able to implement it, to stop it. On that July 9th meeting, it was residents from Johns Creek that were down there to present work on a slave cemetery that they've worked for 3 decades on to preserve, and how they were treated was appalling. And that I'm talking about how they were treated by the board, by representatives of Fulton County. So there is something we need to reel in. I don't know what the proper solution is. I just advocate probably for the online meetings for now. Thank you.
All right, anything else for Ms. Corbett regarding reparations? That is, all right, the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No further items.
Yeah, that item that was voted on and did not pass at the last meeting.
Oh, you want to?
It automatically comes back. We've just. Yes, it was. There was a
vote taken, yes, sir. But it was a discussion item.
There was a, let me preside. There was a vote taken, it did not pass. Correct. Since it did not pass, it comes back at the next meeting. This is the following meeting. This was the item that to pay the 2 outstanding invoices that the sheriff had requested. So we can take it up today, or you can hold it till October the 2nd, but it's before us. What? But let's be clear, though, it is before us. The recommendation of 3 members is that it be held until the October 2nd meeting. That needs to be on the agenda with that bunch of stuff for the chair. And regarding the public comments, we've talked about that before. The public can say pretty much anything they want to say at a meeting. There's few exceptions to what they cannot say about us, and we do not respond. So if you're up here, you got to put on your big boy pants and take it. So we'll discuss that as well. Go ahead, you're about to say something.
Oh, I thought you wanted to discuss it now?
Well, you can. I mean, I forget which one of those amendments it is, but we cannot restrict.
Yes.
There's nothing before us to vote on. If y'all need to leave, go ahead. The meeting has not been adjourned. Okay? If y'all gonna let me preside, y'all want to preside. Thank you.
And we've discussed before, as a general rule, under First Amendment, and also when you factor in that all of you are elected officials, and therefore, having placed yourselves into the public for public service, unfortunately, one of the downsides of that is that there is a heightened standard for what is beyond the pale, for what people can say about you related to your public service.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
Well, yes, but there are counties that have stronger public comment policies than we do. I get that enforcement is always going to be a challenge. However, it is that we do restrict it now. We don't allow cursing. We limit the amount of time. It's not a free-for-all. And so it is possible for us to add more to our public comment policy to say, you know, that personal attacks, derogatory statements, whatever the legal terms are, you know, not allowed. Now, again, enforcement becomes the challenge, but we certainly could make the policy.
Okay.
Yes, as you mentioned, there is precedent in our current policy for some amount of restriction, and the type of forum that you have provided for public comment also allows for certain restrictions. For example, the 2-minute time limit.
No signage.
Things, but those all fall generally under the category of things that would keep order within the proceeding, as opposed to content restriction.
But again, I have seen other area counties that have more restrictive policies.
All right,
I would agree with that.
let's do this. The decorum policy that I brought before us today, several of you, a couple of you still here, you have issues with it. I held it to give you a chance to go through it from page front to back. You can take all of October, all of November, all of December, and into next year to come back. But it's upon y'all now to come back with something that you can include, public comment, all of that is before us. So take your time and go through it. I had it before us. I think it's well-written. I think it addresses the things that we've all say we're concerned about, but it wasn't acceptable to the majority, so I held it. Now it's in y'all's court now. So we'll wait to hear.
We can have a committee.
No, I'm not on that. I've done my work. Are any other matters that come before us? But that issue, the decorum policy was held for the board individually and collectively to review it, to discuss it, and bring something back to us at some point in the future, including my deputy chief of staff. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.